Testing 1 2 3. Testing. Testing 1 2 3. Just testing the mics, checking for audio.
Well, good evening. I apologize for the delay, the lengthy delay. And I'm sorry there's going to be another, hopefully not lengthy delay.
Yeah.
Mr. Curtis?
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, first to report out a closed session, there was no reportable action on any of the items. And then if you, Mr. Mayor, after you call the meeting to order, we do have an item that came to the attention of the city after publication of the agenda and which does require immediate action. It is a closed session item, which would be initiation of litigation. I'm going to be asking the council to go ahead and add that to the agenda. That would require both of those findings and a fourth.
Okay. So we'll call the meeting to order, then we'll wait on the public comment till we come back. Okay. Let's start with the pledge.
All right, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bless the USA.
All right, invocation. Yeah. Oh, well, I guess I'll do it. Lord, thank you for this day. We are grateful for all the people that came out to talk today. May we have a wonderful meeting. Father, we just invite you to be with us. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Audette,
Here.
Danuka,
Present.
Resner,
Present.
Lata,
Here.
and Mayor Munz.
Here. So I apologize. We're going to go back now into closed session. Hopefully it'll only be 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, we would first need a motion
Vote.
to make
Yep.
the appropriate findings to add the item to the agenda.
Yes, and I so make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes unanimously. All right, I apologize again. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back. We've already opened this meeting, called to order. There's no reportable action on our just closed session we just had. Mr. Christian, anything else to add?
No, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, if anyone wishes to address the city council on any item considered at this meeting before or during the council's consideration of that item, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby. The city council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for each agenda item. Staff reports are available online at the city's website, www.cityofreading.gov, and in the public view binder located at the podium at the north side of the chambers. So, here we go. Oh, just a couple. All right, Mr. Bizzano, are you still here? You're up first.
I think I'll use that step stool. I'm vertically challenged. Mayor, council members, thank you for this opportunity to exercise my privilege of presenting before you tonight. I just want to take a moment tonight to speak in strong support of our city manager, Barry Tippin, for his years of dedicated and principled service to the city of Reading. Over the past several weeks, I've reviewed each of the allegations that have been raised recently, and I've also discussed them directly with Mr. Tippin. In every instance, he has provided thorough, detailed, and sufficient answers that, in my view, clearly refute the concerns that were brought forward. As a former member of this council, I had the privilege of working closely with Mr. Tippin and then finance officer, now treasurer/director of finance, Mr. Robinette, from 2020 until 2024. During that time, I participated in many, if not all, of the important decisions that shaped our city. I also had the opportunity to examine the extremely complicated financial and business operations of the city. When needed, Mr. Robinette took the time to walk me through those processes, explain the numbers, and ensure I understood how and why the city made the choices it did. Sometimes it took 10 minutes, sometimes it took 2 hours. I use old math, and sometimes it took a lot for him to get that through my head. Quite honestly, the financial operations of municipal government are so complex that you could easily think that a CPA degree is required to fully grasp them. Yet Mr. Robinette has consistently demonstrated not only a mastery of those details, but also a willingness to share his knowledge patiently and transparently with council members and the public. In closing, what I have witnessed firsthand is a city manager who is committed to professionalism, integrity, and service to this community. His leadership has provided stability through challenging times, and his dedication to the people of Reading has never wavered. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to continue your confidence in Mr. Tippin and recognize the tremendous value he brings to the city of Reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Josh Johnson.
Less vertically challenged, so I'm not going to use the. Oh, Mark, we love you. Hey, I just thank you, council members, tonight. I am not here to speak about any particular issue or agenda item, but to describe kind of the state of things that I see and offer some encouragement to you and the work you're doing as friends and also as representatives to our city. So I've titled my remarks tonight as We Are a Schizophrenic Electorate. I don't say that to insult or minimize any suffering from illness, but to name a reality. We, the people, are conflicted. We want concerts and rodeos, baseball, hockey, fewer potholes, more cops and wildfire mitigation. Yet at the same time, we seem content to be scraping for crumbs at the governor's table instead of building our own feast. We, the voters, are conflicted. We want lower taxes, me included. We also want fully staffed firehouses. We demand smaller government, but we call police and we need help when we need help and expect an immediate response. We resist new fees, me included, but we want the best engineers reviewing our plans, and quickly, please. You have to deal with us in our illness, and we have to deal with yours. That very act is, I think, an act of love, not a sentimental kind of love, but it's a practical one. It looks like choosing solutions over sides. It looks like valuing systems over personal attacks. It looks like leadership that asks what serves my neighbor best rather than what benefits me most. And when you make a decision one way, half of us will cheer and the other half will throw shade. Next week, the roles may reverse. And that is the nature of governing in a divided, demanding time. So I experienced this a little bit last year myself in that chair with a few contentious decisions. The easy road would have earned quick political points, but the hard road brought about a greater partnership and a stronger future for our community. As you have experienced making similar decisions, the applause of the moment fades, but the fruit of principled leadership endures. So what do we do now? The poet wrote a century ago, he drew a circle that shut me out. Heretic, rebel, a thing to flout. But love and I had a wit to win. We drew a circle and took him in. That is the kind of spirit the city longs for. Leaders who widen the circle, who seek solutions instead of sides, and who focus on building systems rather than trading personal attacks. Yes, we are a schizophrenic electorate, but we still hunger for vision, courage, and unity. If you model those, and I think you will tonight, you will not only serve the present, but you will shape the future of the city we all love. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Thank you. Thank you for that sentiment, Josh.
Francie Sullivan.
Opposites don't have to destroy each other. They can come together and create something more beautiful. Thank you.
Well, I can't tell you how sorry I am you called me after those two fabulous speakers because I don't have a very tidy written speech. And I came tonight to thank the four of you who have enthusiastically supported the sales tax. And I came to thank you for that because I, too, had the pleasure of working with Barry Tippin, Greg Robinette, with Barry Tippin's predecessor, and I had been a longtime county resident, and in fact, on the County Board of Supervisors for 8 years, and I really thought the county was pretty much superior in everything. And I was dazzled by the leadership and the management of the city of Reading. And I have annoyingly reminded my colleagues downtown, where I'm a member of a board of directors of the Reading Fashion Alliance, to be so grateful for the city staff, the county staff, and the leadership that pushed public works directors, housing directors to work day and night for the renovation of downtown Reading. That did not happen just from private sector investment. It happened because we got huge grants that no one thought we ever would qualify for. I mean, I had local developers tell me it would never privately be financed because it didn't pencil. But we got those grants. And who doesn't think downtown Reading is just so incredibly wonderful in ways we never thought was possible? And it happened because we had great leaders. We had creative and supportive staff that explained to city council members, gave us enough information to make good decisions, and then encouraged their staff to give up those 4 or 5 hours they were sleeping at night and work nonstop to get those grants accomplished in a matter where we beat cities like Los Angeles to get that money. So you have my gratitude as a resident of the city and my admiration. And thank you very much for doing the right thing.
Thank you, Francie. Julie Winter.
I think I can make this work. Good evening, City Council, staff, and citizens. Having served on the City Council for 8 years, I would like to express my confidence in the financial reports that I received over that time. I felt Greg Robinette and the Finance Department did a fabulous job, and not once did I ever think when information was withheld from the council by our finance department or our city manager. I have found Mr. Robinette and Mr. Tippin to be above reproach. They have the highest level of integrity, and we as a city are so blessed to have them. I also served on the audit committee where independent auditors examined our books and gave us a clean report every year. In fact, the city has been given an award of excellence for their financial reporting every year for as long as I can remember. I think it's more than 20 years. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank and honor Mr. Robinette, Mr. Tippin. Thank you for your service, for your excellence, and commend you. We are, as a city, are blessed to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nelda Johnson? Gary Parrott, how do you say that? You're up next. I don't know.
Council and citizens, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not an eloquent speaker, but I am here in support of Ms. Audette, of Councilman Audette. I read her report, and I find quite a few things disturbing. One is it really seems clear to me that we need to have a more transparent way of looking at accounting. I should not have to have a CPA, or neither should any of our citizens, to understand what's going on in our accounting, where our money's being spent. I'm a taxpayer just like everybody. Also, I'm just kind of aghast, like who gets 40% raises based on a projected income? And if you just look at the projections that Councilman Audette put in there, of course they had a rosy outcome. It was right after COVID. There was all the stimulus money coming in. People were buying cars, buying everything. So to project that and then to give yourself a 40% raise is pretty remarkable. That's all I could say. I don't think that a sales tax is going to clean up this mess. What I'd really like to see as a citizen is a forensic audit of the city. I'd like to see where my tax dollars are going, what they've been spent on. And I think there's a lot of people who do. Anybody that's read her report, she's done a thorough job. There needs to be consequences for bad management. I mean, giving yourself a 40% raise is just, it's just incredibly, I don't even know the words for it. But I thank you again for letting me speak, but that's just how I feel as a taxpayer and as a citizen of Reading. Thank you.
Gary?
Thank you. My sentiments for the second speaker, I just want to echo that. That was a great message to the whole council, and I want to thank you all for your service as a citizen here. And but I also echo the sentiments of the previous speaker. And I haven't validated this. This is something that was sent to me. So you guys, you gentlemen on this council will know whether these are accurate. But in 2023, the compensation for city manager, maybe I won't, no, I'm going to skip that one because I don't want to single people out. But there was another high level where the compensation for Reading was $328 versus $278 in Chico. Another position, $482,000 versus $307,000 in Chico. So if you're giving yourself 40% raises and you're having the kind of struggles that we hear about, where you're trying to ask us for more money, I would say, you know, when somebody comes and asks me for more money, I want to know what they've done with the money that they've already received. And so I'm not an expert. I could be wrong. I want to thank Councilmember Audette for the work you've done. I think it's very difficult to go against the establishment, so I applaud you for your courage. And I hope you can all work together to bring transparency so that people like me won't need a CPA to be a CPA or have an advanced degree, and we'll just be able to have confidence in what you're doing, because I want to have that. So thank you.
Thank you. David Halligan. Robert, you're up next. Whoever, I don't know your last name, but Robert, you're up next.
Good evening, City Council members and members of the public. My name's David Halligan. I'm a 27-year citizen of the City of Reading. Today, the Shasta County Board of Supervisors approved a lease agreement with the City of Reading for the East Side property so that Shasta County Sheriff can develop some enhanced alternative custody programs. This could really turn out to be a big win for this city and Shasta County. I would hope that it would get this deal wrapped up as soon as possible, council members. On to the 1 cent sales tax measure for the City of Reading. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Tippin. I want to thank the current city council members and those past members for keeping our city sales tax at the lowest allowed by law in the state, 7.25. No tax changes since January 1st of 2017, 8.5 years ago. Let's look at the current close proximity of cities around us and their sales tax in the North State. Chico, 925, Oroville, 925, Paradise, 875, Williams, 825, Orland, 825, Willows, 875, City of Susanville, 825, Anderson, 775, Winters, 825, and Marysville, 825. The average sales tax in the cities and counties in our state are at 8.85%. This city cannot sustain 7.25 any longer. Revenues are not rising, but inflation has over the past 8 years been excessive. Moving on, the fact that the 1 cent petition was a citizen-led signature drive that gets the measure on the ballot, it will allow the Reading voters to decide whether it passes. Yes, the voters decide, not the city council members. One council member is concerned that the 1 cent sales tax proceeds will not go directly to all of the specific categories: public safety, police, fire, sheriff, fixed roads and parks, quote, like it would be earmarked to do, but rather to plug a very deep hole that we have dug ourselves into, end quote. This measure, council members, is very specific on where those monies are to go in specific categories. The petition states there will be checks and balances with full accountability and transparency with independent audits. And that's why, city council members, I'm going to vote yes for the 1 cent sales tax, and I hope the City of Reading voters will too. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Robert? Rhonda Monroe, you're up next.
Good evening, Board, Council. I'd like to thank Councilmember Audette for blowing the whistle on the budget shortfall and fuzzy math, and I'm with her in demanding accountability. I believe a good first step is dealing with an errant city manager, which is what I've been talking about since the illegal land deal a few years ago, and it doesn't surprise me that some past board members or council members are in support of him. I'm not sure what else we can do as the council members. The council members are the supervisors of the city manager. By the way, I'm in no way referencing RPD in my budget complaint. Without Chief Bryan and the department, we'd be in deep yogurt, and we cannot do without any of them. Regarding entertainment zones, Lord knows Shasta County doesn't have enough opportunities for impairment, drunk driving, addiction, and woefully inadequate means of treatment. Frankly, I'm shocked this is even under consideration, considering how irresponsible and unsafe this appears. What's next? Go-go dancers and red-lighted windows, brothels, maybe 15 or 20 pot and hash centers? God forbid, how about we fight the mismanagement of the council by cutting costs and rolling back the flood of monies you've rubber-stamped through the persuasion of the slick city manager. Mike, Aaron, and Jack, how about spending your valuable time doing the work we voted you in for instead of raising taxes to fund your self-inflicted debt ceiling? DeQuisto called it years ago, but nobody listened. I know what that's like. Dr. DeNuca, please stop meddling in county affairs and stay in your own lane. Help your fellows by doing the work. Can't have it both ways. Act responsibly and ethically. This proposal is sketchy and beneath the dignity of your support. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Rhonda Monroe. Cherie Cano, you're up next.
Good evening. For 12 years, Shasta Supermoto Club has built more than a track. We've built a safe family center, supermoto community right here in Reading. We've consistently met all city requirements. We've managed our own staffing, EMT coverage, insurance, maintenance, and we've done so without a single insurance claim or lawsuit. Our supermoto community spans generations. We have children as young as 3 years old learning to ride with us, and adults up to 74 years old still competing with us. Families ride together, kids have grown up in our club, and parents feel safe knowing our standards are high. Meanwhile, we've been given one excuse after another as to why our contract has not been reinstated. We haven't been able to race or practice or have our supermoto community together since March of this year. Shasta Supermoto stands for safety, honesty, and independence. Families trust us because we do the right thing. And importantly, the insurance and waiver system that we use is the same one accepted in every supermoto and karting facility in California and beyond. And there's never, ever been an issue. Tonight, we're asking for our contract to be reinstated, at least temporarily, while we work through other contract issues. It's very frustrating for us to watch the drag strip continue out there while the karting and the supermoto families haven't been able to be out there. We haven't done anything wrong. We've always followed the rules. And, you know, we offer a service to our community. We offer families a safe place to go to have fun and to learn together and compete together. So, thank you.
Thank you. Cherie? Jason Andrews, you're up next.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Cherie Cano. I'm a race director for Shasta Supermoto, as well as American Motorcyclists Association commissioner for two groups, which is safety and medical and special races. I've been working for the last year to get a national race through Shasta Supermoto track, me as director, to have a national out here through American Motorcycle Association. We're right in the middle of rewriting our rules, and they've been expecting to hear from us regarding when we can have this national. And as it stands, the national cannot happen because we have not had our contract signed. I keep telling them, we're gonna do it, we're gonna bring the people, but unfortunately, our contract has not been signed. I came to Shasta Supermoto because my grandson was racing at 4 years old. I was encouraged by the people there to become a director, to become more with them. And I absolutely jumped in, feet first. They encouraged me to become the first referee for American Motorcyclists Association in the nation, and I did. I just want to reiterate, we are all about the safety, we are all about the camaraderie, we are all about the community. I also have a nonprofit public charity called Shimotos. We use motorcycling as a trauma outlet, for which you will, and we help families get on the track too. So I ask you, what's the delay? Why are we up against somebody else who's supposedly having a race next month that is kind of challenging what we do, actually Supermoto, but we can't get on the track with ours? That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Mayor, may I just ask the staff to make a brief comment on this thing? Is that okay? To see what the status is or what's the delay?
Well, as an update, we are currently negotiating, and it's in the FAA's hand confirming the fair market value for the use of the facility. So it's going to take a little bit of time. It's an FAA regulatory requirements right now. And so we're still continuing with all the other lease parameters that we can. And next, they'll be negotiating the master schedule.
That still hasn't come out?
The master schedule
No,
or the appraised value?
The appraised value.
Now, the appraised value, I don't want to get too far into this on a public comment, but it's requiring a second appraisal and then also a review appraisal. This is based on the FAA's latest requirements last week.
So you're actively working with them? What's that?
Yes.
We are actively negotiating.
Actively working with them? Okay.
Wendy Dickens, you're up next.
Sorry about the intense Supermoto thing, guys, but we've been waiting. We were supposed to be in a contract in January. We voluntarily gave up ours to be reinstated immediately in a new contract that has not happened. Came here before, we've talked to you guys, talked to the attorney a bunch of times. He said our insurance wasn't adequate. We now have AMA motorcycle insurance, which more than adequate. It covers the whole event for the whole weekend from stem to stern. And we also have an additional insurance policy as well, but he doesn't accept it. We just want to know why racing can continue out there with the gentleman who's trying to take the track from us, and we can't participate ourselves. At the stroke of a pen, you could reinstate. I've actually heard Rod Dinger, who used to be the airport manager, say in a meeting that he could, at a stroke of a pen, if you decided, you could put us back out there. Pushed back and placated and ignored. I know you're going through your little assessment of what the value of the property is, but it has always been go-kart and drag racing, and it's a bunch of dry land, no water, no power, with a little bit of asphalt on it that used to be from the old military airport that was out there. We're just trying to get ourselves back out there and save Supermoto, because if we don't do something soon, AMA is going to walk away from us. If they do, we miss the income that they bring because they're national. It will bring a national race here. It is a big race, and they're putting a ton of pressure on me to perform, and without your help, I can't do that. I've even asked Andy at the airport if he would rent the track for us. You guys can, it's your property, rent the track to us so we could put on an event, at least for AMA, and get through that. Again, he says, I'll look into it, but that's as far as we got. Now with Tanessa's help, she's really brought a lot of things to attention. And one of the things is what's happening at the airport. It needs to be rectified, please. If you don't want us to be there, tell us where we can get a commercial piece of property that's 15 acres. Anywhere in this town, you can't. I tried. I went and looked to buy my own piece of property to put my own track on it, and I hit roadblock after roadblock because the county doesn't allow anybody to have commercial property that's going to make any kind of noise. So we're stuck to either being around an airport or out in the bushes somewhere. But in Shasta County, your DB rule won't allow us to do that. So we're kind of stuck at the airport, or we go out of existence. But your guys' help on this would be great. If you just sign a piece of paper, let us have our old contract back until you get through what you're doing, which would be real easy. We could go on, or at least let me rent the track for a weekend so I can not lose the AMA support. Thank you.
Wendy?
So, yes, we do want you there. At least I can personally speak on my behalf. And we are going to look into this a little bit more to see what's the hitch and how do we make it happen for you so that you can continue doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here hopefully to talk about something that's pretty serious, but will actually also hopefully bring a little joy to this evening. I'm here to talk about the Dolly Parton's Imagination Library that's going to be coming to Shasta County. And we are very excited at First Five Shasta, and we're partnering with Shasta County Office of Education and the library to make sure that this happens in our community. We'll make sure that everyone knows about it. So we have two special events. One is the showing of Sentenced, was actually a pretty adult-oriented film, but it does talk a lot about how literacy is important and what happens to a community who has a lot of illiterate folks within that community, and how we need to, as a community, rally around helping support them learn to read. And then we have, and that's on September 4th, from 5:30 to 8:30 at the Cascade Theater, and there will be a panel after the showing of the movie that will talk a little bit about some of the resources that we actually have here in our community to support learning literacy. And then we have on September 6th, that Saturday, a fun event called Champions for Children that we've had at Turtle Bay Museum every year for quite some time now. But it's going to be the launch of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library for children and families to sign their children up that are 0 to 5. And I've written to Dolly. We're hoping she comes. I've sent her several letters. I don't know that it'll work, but we're hoping. So anyway, but we're wanting everyone in the community and definitely all of the council to come and see the movie for sure, and also to the event at Turtle Bay Museum. So that was thank you.
Thank you. All right, unfortunately, we're going to hold off public speakers till the end of the show. I apologize for that. So we're going to start our meeting. We'll start with the consent calendar. Consent calendar contains items considered routine and/or which have been individually scrutinized by city council members and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby before consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any council member before the consent calendar is acted upon to comment on an item. Number 2, respond to any public comment on an item. Number 3, request the record to reflect an abstention or a nay vote on an item. Or number 4, remove the item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda for delivery of staff report and/or extended discussion or deliberation. All right. Anyone you want to pull anything, or I'll entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent.
I second it.
Okay.
Oh,
We have first and second.
sorry.
All in favor?
Hold on, she said there's a public.
Oh. What? I don't see anybody up here.
There isn't any.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see anybody up here for the,
If it was you, come forward.
oh, Dolores. Dolores Lucero? Yeah, you're up. Sorry about that.
Which item?
4.12A.
A? Yeah. Wow, this is exciting.
What is it?
Good evening, everybody. It's been a while since I've been here, so I saw this item, and I see Danuka's name and Tanessa. I see that it's kind of like one of those things that is an ultimate, kind of like a alternate, right? Kind of like an option.
I'm the member and he's the
Yeah.
alternate. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing, Mr. Danuka, for him to be on this item, my concerns are that when Mr. Danuka is on certain items, he's always pushing the medical school. And he's actually using his position to push that. That's a personal agenda, meaning personal gain. If he does anything out there to promote that, while he's out there representing the city, he actually steering, which it becomes a crime down the road because he is pushing medical school here for his personal, because in the end, after supposedly 10 years, he will benefit from it. So I think Mr. Danuka cannot be trusted. He might be a doctor, but I'll tell you, doctors always make mistakes, and attorneys make mistakes, and they're also corrupt. So I do believe, Mr. Danuka, you're corrupt, you're part of the system. You are looking in, you're part of the corruption. And I didn't buy, I don't trust you. I don't believe in you. I don't have, from what I know about you, from all the meetings I attended, where you actually been, I don't trust you. You're in it for yourself. That's why you're here. So you're just like Kevin, you're in it for yourself. And I think it's pretty, somebody needs to keep an eye on him, because I tell you, he's pushing for the medical thing and the medical school, because he will benefit and his daughter will run it. And that's a conflict of interest, which is a conflict of interest prohibit laws, which becomes criminal, and actually public officials could be prosecuted under that conflict of interest.
Oh, all right. We have a first and a second.
Oh my gosh. Keep my eye on you.
We'll be watching you. But I trust you. I think you, as I've heard earlier today, as I told you, I think your heart's as big as
We're
California.
not driving.
And I'm glad you're here with us. I know we don't always agree, but I love you and I appreciate your opinions. And I'm grateful that you're here.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, did we all vote? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. What?
I didn't hear who the second was. I have Aaron as the first.
Oh,
No.
he was the first and I
Jack,
was the second.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, public hearing. Should we?
I am going to recuse from this. I own property at 1227 California Street. And it's valued at over $500 and the income is over $500. So I am going to step into the audience as an citizen and an owner.
Should we open public hearing?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, in January 2020.
Hold on one second. Now, do I need to recuse? I thought you said I didn't need to last time.
No, so if you own property within the area and your interest in that property is worth $2,000 or more, and the value of the property may likely be impacted by the result of this decision, then recusal would be appropriate. It would need to be material impacted.
Barry's shaking his head yes, so.
Okay.
I'll go sit next to Aaron. Practice. Be funny.
Thank you.
I think it's already open. I think he opened it up.
So Assistant City Manager Steve Bade will provide a presentation, after which I'd recommend that you open the public hearing and consider any comments from the public, and then close the public hearing and then deliberate.
Okay, so Steve, you're up.
All right, Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the council. In January 2024, Senate Bill 969 was authorized, and that allows California cities to create designated public entertainment zones where individuals aged 21 and over can legally possess and consume open container alcoholic beverages purchased from licensed participating businesses. Essentially, it's a to-go alcoholic beverage that could include beer, wine, or spirits that are served in accordance with individual business licenses and state law. An entertainment zone is a zone created by a city or county ordinance after January 1, 2025, that authorizes consumption of alcoholic beverages at public common spaces like public streets, sidewalks, or the public right-of-way. The goal of the legislation is to stimulate local economies, enhance cultural and social activities, and promote downtown vibrancy through well-regulated public spaces. Before enacting an ordinance to establish an entertainment zone, the bill requires a city or county to notify local law enforcement and request feedback about specific information, including, among others, the entertainment zone's proposed boundaries and days and hours of operation. In April, the city manager and I met with Chief Barner and then a representative group of downtown restaurant and bar owners, property owners, and event holders to discuss and evaluate the potential formation of an entertainment zone in downtown Reading. The group collectively identified key parameters that have the initial framework. The days of operation would operate 365 days a year, creating a consistent and predictable environment. Hours of operation would be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., allowing for safe daytime and early evening enjoyment while also minimizing late night disturbances. The type of alcoholic beverages or the beverage container, city staff is proposing that we will work with RPD and ABC to determine the standardized container for the zone. Currently, staff is considering the use of a durable, non-glass, non-metal container, which is in line with ABC's guidelines. And it would also have some sort of recognizable sticker or marking issued by the licensing participating vendor. The geographic boundaries, the proposed entertainment zone would encompass an area similar to the downtown core as identified in the downtown specific plan. The final boundaries, I'm just going to generalize this, but at the north end is Eureka Way to capture Woody's and then also the Shack. To the west, the boundary is generally Oregon Street down to South Street. Then it tapers in at Walden Street and then goes down to Lincoln Street to set the south boundary, which captures Poor Boys Tap Yard. To the east is the Pine East Street alley, which sets up for the current and future storefronts along the east side of Pine Street. In addition to the downtown stakeholder meeting, a notice was also published in the Record Searchlight, and we also sent an email to a number of the bars, restaurants, and our event holders in downtown. Overall, property owners and business owners have spoke with support and are generally excited about it. The fiscal impact of implementing the downtown Reading entertainment zone is expected to be minimal, but there are considerations such as signage, outreach, logistics, and enforcement needs to basically create the zone. The downtown entertainment zone boundaries will be clearly marked by visible signage posted at every intersection of the zone. The signage will instruct patrons not to carry alcoholic beverages outside the zone, and then the signage will be coordinated with our Public Works, Community Services, and also Reading Police Department. If the ordinance is approved, staff will continue to conduct outreach with downtown businesses, RPD, ABC, and then community members to inform the zone logistics and also ensure an alignment with public safety and operational needs. Within 6 months of the zone establishment, staff will submit a report to City Council that provides an update on the zone's activities, what is going well, how is the vibrancy and activity, any security or safety concerns, and then what may need to change, and basically overall feedback would be included. In addition to the 6-month report, pursuant to SB 969, a biannual review of the zone's operation will be conducted to evaluate impacts on public safety, health, and economic activity. This will be coordinated between the City Manager's Office and RPD and then submitted to ABC. Staff believes the downtown Reading entertainment zone will stimulate the downtown economy, further support ongoing revitalization efforts, and enhance the visitor's experience. Before you this evening, staff is asking council to conduct a public hearing and, upon conclusion, offer the ordinance amending Reading Municipal Code Title VI by adding 6.42 for first reading by title only, and then also waive the full reading. And then we'd also ask for authorization for the city attorney to prepare and the city clerk to publish a summary of the ordinance. You'll note that the resolution has been struck out. Staff recommends that council does not adopt the resolution. After further analysis with the city attorney's office, this was more duplicative and is not necessary. The resolution, according to the ordinance, would only be brought back if we were going to change boundaries or the time associated with that, with the entertainment zone. And then lastly, staff is asking council to find that the ordinance is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we're going to open up the hearing for comment at this time. I don't have the list of comments. Do we have anybody? We do.
Yes, we do. We have one speaker, Robert. You're not able to see from that computer, sorry.
Not that special to
So-
see it, so. So we have,
Robert is
Robert,
still
are you
here.
here to? Did we say Robert, or I'm sorry?
I think he left, yeah. And that's why he said vote.
Okay. And there's nobody else on the list? So we can close the public hearing for comments at this point. All right, that was fun. At this point, we'll open this up for discussion, so.
I have a question for the city attorney. Will this be a public conflict or a conflict of interest if I approve this now and I go and buy a drink a year later?
Sorry, did you say if you buy a drink later? No, no, that would not be.
Okay, I just want to be sure. Okay. Then my only objection is my office is not included in this map, so. Okay. So no conflicts there. Then I will make a motion to approve this.
Okay. Any other discussion or a second?
I'll second.
You're gonna second, okay. So I think we've discussed this in the past, so we'll just call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. All right, so this passes. And we can welcome the mayor back up and also Councilmember Resner.
And now Dutch Bros is gonna serve alcohol. Woohoo! You're welcome. Does it allow for drive-through alcohol?
No.
Just checking. Something to think about, guys.
6C. Mr. Travis Minnie, oral report provided the 2025 update on the community services parks.
And I gotta turn that on. So you're gonna have to bear with me with my voice. I think it's getting a little better, but we'll give it a shot. So, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm here tonight to give you the 2025 update on the Community Services Department Parks Division. So, the Parks Division lives within the Community Services Department as one of the many divisions that I oversee. And they are charged with maintaining city facilities such as parks, trails, offices, so a lot of landscaping associated with places like AvTech for REU. They also maintain LMDs and thousands of acres of open space, as well as all of these cities' 20,000 plus street trees and open space trees. And quite frankly, a ton more. So I've went ahead and laid out a bunch of statistics on what that looks like. So we have 35 full-time employees, 6 1/4 part-time employees, so those are like full-time equivalents or part-time equivalents. 61 park sites. They maintain 488.94 developed park acres, approximately 300 undeveloped acres, so those are acres within a park that aren't necessarily filled with playgrounds or parking lots or things like that. 2 pools, both of which are at the Reading Aquatic Center. 80 landscaped areas, so those are like frontages or medians or areas around, like I mentioned, AvTech. 47.49 miles of trail, so that's like your River Trail, West Side Trails, Blue Gravel Mine, places like that. 31 bridges are on those trails. We also have 7 fountains, some of which, due to some budget issues this year, are actually dry, and some of which are dry due to needing extensive repairs. They have 3 ponds or lakes to take care of, so that'd be like your Mary Lake or your Gregory Lake. The 20,000 street trees, so those are all of our street trees that are on frontages, so they could be downtown or in neighborhoods or anywhere like that. That is managed by 2 people for the entire city. We also have 2 full-time fire fuel crews, and we'll get into some details about them as well. And as a fun fact, I had my guys calculate exactly how many hours we spend mowing each week. And it comes out to 126 hours every week. That is 3 full-time positions just running lawnmowers. So I found that to be pretty interesting. This is our parks leadership team. So you see lead workers, working supervisors, park superintendents, and the building and facilities manager. And we were at a conference, so we got to take a fun photo. So first, we're going to touch a little bit on wildfire prevention. So the Parks Division currently has 2 fire fuel crews, like I mentioned, one of which is funded by a $1.5 million grant that we recently received from CAL FIRE in partnership with our fire department. We also execute work for REU's wildfire prevention program. And these are some statistics that we've had for the last few years. So I won't go through all those numbers in the interest of getting us through the meeting here, but you can see that we had a great year 2023, kind of dipped a little in 2024. We went through a few leadership changes, and we're having a banner year in 2025. These statistics are before we actually got that second crew, so I expect those numbers to grow tremendously. We are performing very well. I know REU is happy with the service, and our crew is happy to have the tools and support that they need and help to keep our community safe. So doing that work, we actually get to work in some pretty interesting places with some pretty interesting things. So goats are number one. Everyone loves some goat photos, and yes, well, one day when I retire, I will be the city shepherd. That's at least the goal. So bring me back on contract or something. But it also gives us some good fun times and some kind of memorable instances. This is crossing Lake Boulevard the other day, and we had RPD's help for some escort to get across the road. So this is the goats' march over to Sulphur Creek, which is where they are currently munching away. One of our top priorities for fire fuel mitigation is down in that area. It's where there's a heightened risk down there, so we're focusing our efforts there this year. So I want to touch on some of our big maintenance and improvement projects. And so you would not believe the amount of good, high-quality, craftsman-level work that this division can actually perform. They save us endless money being able to do things that are beyond my skill set. I'm surprised that they're able to do these things. We have a lot of in-house expertise, and that's across the board in all of my divisions, including building maintenance, who is capable of things even like putting this screen up in here. So this is one exciting project, but I will say in 2024 and 2025, they not only replaced 4 playgrounds, they built this building I'm about to show you. They repaired flood damage. They expanded Fantasy Fountain. And really just quite frankly, on top of all of the other day-to-day maintenance, they did a ton more that really we can't go into. But this is a pretty impressive project. They did everything themselves on this project, minus, if we can see that, we can't see that because the pointer's not working, minus that concrete pump over there. They were able to actually pour the foundation for this building and build this storage building at the Reading Aquatic Center. If you are someone who goes to the Aquatic Center, you'll know that they had basically a bunch of garage sheds out there full of kayaks and life jackets and other supplies. So we're actually able to give them professional storage and a good secure location. So again, that was done in-house. I think the cost of that was about $30,000 to be able to do that. That was an ARPA-funded project as well. So it's very exciting to be able to do that kind of thing. Here's another fun project they were able to tackle. The playground at the California Soccer Park had a poured-in-place material, which is what you would see at Kids Kingdom 2. It's a squishy, rubberized surface. It was failing because of some peculiarities with the setup there. It wasn't something that we could repair. It was something that had a little bit of issue with the depth at which it was set. To replace it would cost about $100,000. We're actually able to do this project in-house, take out all of the concrete that's under that playground and replace it with our traditional engineered wood fiber, so bark. That's the technical term, I guess. But we were able to do that project in-house with some funding that we were able to get from outside of the city and replace that playground. And if anyone has been to the soccer park recently, you will know that that climber on the left is completely full of kids, 20, 30, 40 kids on it at all times. And it has been wildly popular, and we were able to do that project in-house and save some good money there. Here's another very cool project that they were able to tackle this year. This is an expansion of Fantasy Fountain. I'm going to show you the footprint here, and you're going to remember it 2 or 3 slides later when I show you how it got bigger. So they were actually able to go in. This is a facility that was remodeled in about 2014, 2015. It has become wildly popular because it is free and it is good summer fun. They were able to go in and expand the footprint to add shaded seating and a shade structure that you can see over on the left there, that little thing. So they've pushed that whole boundary that way and added some areas to the fringe. So their concrete skills are amazing, and we're just super thankful that they were able to do that. They also replaced UV pumps and other filtration equipment out there to help that be sustainable. They even replaced play features inside of the spray ground, which I think is quite impressive. So Very good work there, very happy they're able to tackle that. I will also note, all of these special projects are great, but they mean that they're not doing something else. We don't have a crew that sits around and waits for work to do. It means that they are then not mowing a lawn or not trimming a tree or not cutting brush or fixing irrigation. So we have finite resources, but when we get resources from council or grants or anywhere else, we want to capitalize on that and make sure we're doing what we can to improve and repair our parks. Some of the, so this is kind of a hot topic, and we will get to my favorite section of the report. It's the what's up with Nurpon. We get that question a lot. So I'm happy to report that Nurpon is 95% open as of yesterday. So this culvert is actually not something that we can fix. The river level has been up. We have to wait for the river level to come down, and I'll show you a few photos of why that is the case. But there was heavy material loss on the trails at Nurpon. We had a loss of that geocell infrastructure, so we had to import a lot of materials. Luckily, we were able to get some funds in our budget to be able to tackle this, and we have started on that work. We've been chipping away at it for months, but having that materials money was really the key to be able to get going. So like I said, opened yesterday. We are going to continue to work on that. We anticipate it being open in late September. We do also have flood damage in 5 other locations, and that's amounts to about $23,000, so still a lot of work to do. But I've got some damage and repair photos to show you. So this is that culvert, so obviously we're not going to be able to just cross that. We can't just dump material in the river. The regulatory agencies aren't going to go for that. So once that goes down, we're going to be able to chip away at that work. This is some of the work that we already had to tackle. So initially when we got out there, you couldn't actually get up to some of those bridges. It was in pretty bad shape. So we are doing what we can to fix that. This is another pretty bad flood damage area in Caldwell Park. So you can see the river trail was actually undermined here. Basically the river, where the trail bows out, the river kind of carved out from under there. So we're able to backfill that with some other material, and hopefully that is sustainable. It protects the infrastructure for now. We may have to go back in and do some concrete or other repairs in there, but we wanted to make sure the trail was safe and usable in the meantime. And again, that's stuff that we can do in-house. One thing that we really need to talk about is our large capital projects. These are where the Parks Division and the Admin Division of the Community Services Department really start to blend. The Admin Division is really responsible for these large capital projects, as well as the long-range planning and getting grants. So the Parks Division focuses more on maintenance, but these are park improvements, so I figured they would fit nicely in this park presentation. We're going to go through 4 or 5 of the major projects that we have going on, and I'm going to remind you on each one kind of how we got there, where we're going, and when we should expect to see that. So the first one is our oldest of these projects. It's the Caldwell Park Expansion Project. So we've had a $6.7 million grant, $6.6 million, sorry, 7.6, can't read, grant, and we have completed some pieces of that. So, well, I will actually say it's a $6.7 million grant, and I got that number wrong 3 times. But we have money, and we're gonna build it, and we've done some phases of that already. I would like to thank our partners who actually built the pump track right here, basically saving us about $450,000 from doing that in the bid world. So they were able to do that themselves through their own donations in partnering with other groups like the Reading Parks and Trails Foundation to get money for that. So we've built that as well as a skate park, and we'll show you a photo of that as well. But the plans we expect to be complete in the next month or so, which would make us able to go out to bid this winter so that we can get into construction this spring. We anticipate a 2026, maybe late 2026, early 2027 grand opening. And as a reminder of the scope there, there's going to be new exercise equipment at Caldwell Park, trail improvements that link the 2 sites because the bike park part of this project is actually on the other side of Market Street from Caldwell. There are parking improvements, so there's an expansion and getting rid of some of the jump features at the Caldwell Park Aquatic Center parking lot. If you've been in there recently, you know what I'm talking about. The whole bike park, new restrooms in Caldwell, a bouldering area, and some public art that is waiting to be installed as soon as we get this project going. So here's a reminder of what some of that looks like. This is the bike park side to orient yourself. The Arboretum is kind of to the top right of that photo, and the Turtle Bay Mobile Home Park is right there above it on the top left. So that is a great rendering of that. And that squiggly shape on the top, that's the pump track. So that piece is already done thanks to our partners. And this is the skate park expansion, which opened to rave reviews and has been kind of a feather in our cap. And we were able to effectively expand our park by twice the size. And this is something that people actually stop in our community to be able to skateboard. And you can go on YouTube and find reviews of it, which I think is pretty cool. Fun fact, the guys that built that left Reading to then go build the X Games skate park for that year. And I think they also built the Olympics one. So that was pretty cool to have that same crew build ours. And I'm sure they brag about ours all the time. Here's another big update for Panorama Park. So I will go through kind of the financial bit of this, but just to let you know the plans. So we expect those in the next few months. They're at the 90% level. We do have a few elements to add thanks to some grants that have been trickling in. We expect to get into construction next year, which I think next year is going to be a big construction year for us, and we may have to work on timing for some of that. There's only so many contractors, but we've got a lot of work and a small public works department, so we want to make sure that we time that all correctly. We anticipate a grand opening at the end of 2027 because we think construction will take about 18 months for that project. As a reminder of the scope, it's a 22,000 square foot resiliency center, playground, dog park, sports field, so that's basically a soccer field that can be converted to other uses, skate plaza, splash pad, shade structure, parking, trails, lighting, and a disc golf practice area. The all-in budget for that we have currently available to us is $25.25 million. It's mostly in grants, about $1.5 million of that is city funds. But we do have a $5 million need for that project as well, plus the ongoing maintenance, which will be something that we'll have to budget for in the future. This is a funding sort of breakdown, so you can see all of the different grants that we've had that we've layered to make this project viable. So first we have another Proposition 68 statewide park program grant for about $8.5 million. We have the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program for $4 million. The CDFA Community Resilience Center Program grant for $9.25 million. And the EHCRP, which funded our splash pad and shade structure for $2 million. The one that's a little kind of fuzzy, you can't read it, that's a grant application we put in earlier this year. We expect to find out actually next month. And we applied for $12 million and just kind of went for it, and we'll see what happens. But that would sort of solve all of our initial budget issues with construction. On the far right, you will see what the city has put into that project. It is $1.5 million in park development funds. So a very small commitment that we're able to leverage into all of these other dollars. So a reminder where that is. This is up on Lake Boulevard. Back in my day, when I went to school, it was Buckeye Middle School. Now it's Rocky Point Charter School, but that would be on the left. And another cross street is Panorama and Tamarack on either side of the park there. Here's a few renderings of what that looks like in a little more detail. So you can see the Resilience Center, 2 parking lots. It's actually designed to function during emergencies, so that it can be an evacuation shelter. It can actually serve food. If you had to do some sort of like vaccination clinic, it can function as all of that. So it has all of this stuff built in mind, and we engaged our partners early, Red Cross and in fire and the sheriff's office, to make sure that this will function when we need it. So what we learned during the Carr fire is that we need layers of this stuff. When you saw an evacuation center move from Shasta High School to Shasta College, you realize that you need multiple. So we need to strategically be able to do that. And so this gets us not only our recreation center, but emergency stuff as well. So we're trying to get multi-purpose in all new different ways with these projects. This is what the building essentially would look like. So some of the stuff's been value engineered out as a project's experience. We have to start cutting somewhere, but largely it's going to be about the same. The only thing that you would only know if you worked on the project is that it's actually slightly larger now. And to the left under that awning, there's actually a teaching kitchen, which was part of another grant. So that would help us do some cooking classes, things like that. And cold storage during emergencies, which is the #1 thing that the Red Cross needs. They don't want to cook, they only want to store things cold. That's what we learned. So here's a few renderings of the inside, 2 basketball courts, pickleball, indoor volleyball. So a lot of great opportunity. We actually, until we recently took over the Reading Sports Park, did not have anywhere to do indoor sports. We still don't have anywhere to do indoor sports with air conditioning, but this would fix that. So, and beyond that open door is where that kitchen would be. So just a little different. We don't update these renderings as we go through the projects because it's just not something worth spending resources on. So we think that's going to be quite an attractive building. It's a metal building, so it should save us a pretty good amount of money, and we're working with partners to try to get grants and donations to lower the cost even more. South City Park is a big one, and this is something that we are currently in the design process on. We have some grants. We'll go over some of the funding there. But this is something that's in response to our initial activation plan that we worked for a few years, had council adopt, and this is phase one of that project. So this is what we're able to afford with the budget that we have from the grants that we were able to obtain. So we'll go over some of that scope and what that project will look like. Right now, it's a $7 million project. I'm happy to report that for once, our engineer's estimate at this time matches our budget, which is quite the feat because costs are always going up. So I'm sure we'll have to do a little more value engineering, but we've done what we can to keep that budget in control. Right now, we have a $3.5 million state grant. We have a $2.4 million Section 108 housing, essentially a loan against those funds that we worked with housing to be able to obtain, and $1.1 million in park development funds, which are city funds. So we use those as match to be able to get the ORLP grant. We expect those plans in early 2026. That would make us ready for bid right after that. And hopefully we can get into construction summer or late summer in 2026. Reopening of the park 2027. So the scope of that project is a pickleball court complex, a big playground, which we'll show you, dog park, flex lawn, new restrooms. The flex lawn is really tied into what we plan to do in the future with a small building, which would enable some other community activities, concerts, and things like that. We also have some big targeted improvements to Bocce Ball Complex and K1 Field, which are both at South City Park, and a skate plaza, basketball court, and lighting throughout the park. What I do want to mention is that you do not see in the scope is removing fencing at South City Park. I've had a lot of comment about that from the public, and I want to reiterate and make it known, we do not plan to take down the fencing at South City Park, and after the project, and after we all decide how we feel about the community and larger issues in this area and things that may affect the park, we will decide as a community with the council and with the public if it is the right time to take down fences. For now, we think we're going to be opening and closing the park on every morning and closing it every evening, and everyone is welcome in, but no one can use the park for the purposes that are against the municipal code or any other relevant law. So as long as we're all using the park appropriately, everything should be good. Here's a few renderings of what we are trying to accomplish. So the idea was having a big splash with, I guess, a coastal cliff landing. I didn't mean a pun. A big splash with a destination playground. So the idea is you take a little bit of business from Enterprise Park, you take a little bit of business from neighborhood parks, you take a little bit of county residents, and you bring everyone into a big, impressive playground, because those are used consistently throughout the day, throughout the year. So we came up with this imaginative play theme where you can have adventures and you can have stories. And so that's where this coastal cliff landing theme was born. So a little zoom in on the playground area, and you can see this big octopus. Don't pay too much attention to the one on the bottom right. I wasn't quite satisfied on that, and I think I'm going to work with the team and probably come back to council to try to seek some additional funding through some other grants to make that playground more impressive. But this is where we're headed for now. So we wanted kind of this cool nautical theme, very imaginative play, because we're right next to the library. And so we think there's good synergy between that and story times and having families there. And so we really want to build on that theme. And so we've worked a lot with library staff and the consultants to try to come up with something that really captures that. So a few other renderings there. We also have a skate plaza, because instead of skateboarders being out on the fringes and in the alleys, we want to bring them in, because if they're in here, what I've come to learn about after building a skate park and working with the group, there's actually a lot of mentorship opportunities in that realm. And the older skaters can help with some of the newer skaters, there's even groups that are kind of dedicated to doing that. And so we think that that's good. And so we think you bring the skateboarders in with the pickleball players, with the dog park people, with the families, and all of a sudden we have some good synergy and we have good activity there. And that's what's going to keep that park vibrant. So we're happy to be able to see the results of that project. And our last big project here is right now tentatively titled The Overlook. It's a $1.24 million Clean California grant. So that is state funding. We expect the plans to be here at the end of 2025. We would expect construction to be sometime spring 2026. It's actually a pretty quick build. It's about a month and a half to do this project, we estimate. The scope, and you can see here that we're right next to the train trestle and the diesel horse bridge, so nestled in that little open space. I'll use the second pointer here, right there. So that is sort of a dead zone, and when you come up off that trail, there's really nothing going on there. It's really gonna liven that place up. This is a very native-focused project, so it has a lot of native theming in it, a bunch of native interpretive panels, and actually some basket weave patterns are kind of built into it. It's got some tie-in to like the cardinal directions and the solstices and some really cool stuff. So we're really excited about this project. It'll essentially be a plaza with shade structures, but it will feel like a lot more than that. We'll also have some nice lighting and make it, feel safe and secure. But it will come back to you shortly because per council policy, we have to use a specific process to name parks. So you will get to hear that name very soon and we will come back, but it has already gone through a naming committee and CSAC. And as soon as we do a little more consultation with the community, we will bring it to you for your consideration. So here's about what that looks like. Yes. Oh, one more, sorry. I know I'm getting the look. But this one is a hot topic because we literally just voted on this, or you did, a few days ago, a few meetings ago. So the MLK Center remodel. So right now this is a planning project. We had ARPA funds. We weren't able to accomplish what we wanted in the timeline that we had. So we switched to a planning project of which we're pretty far into. We're actually in the Public Works review process on that plan set now. We don't know the construction date, but we do know that our plans will be ready probably by the end of this year, but I'm putting early 2026 just in case. Construction, we don't know, but it's funding dependent. We don't know the budget for that either because we don't have it fully designed. But the scope of this project is a building expansion, an interior and exterior remodel, ADA upgrades, and new HVAC for the center, as well as park improvements because we think that layering it all on at once with one big grant is going to be a much more successful formula. So if you haven't been there, here's what it looks like today. It's not remarkable, but we would expand it slightly. So it's a little kitchen expansion on the top right, restroom expansion on the bottom left, and an office expansion on the top left. It only adds a few hundred more square feet, but makes the building much more usable. And it helps us with ADA compliance and programming. So here are some elevations for the exterior. And here's what that would look like sort of in real life. So these are some good renderings of that.
Wow.
We think that's much more vibrant and inviting and will welcome the community in a much better way. So here's what our library looks like, and here's what it could look like. Here's what our entryway looks like, and here's what it could look like. So we think that this is our main activity room. This is something that's going to be very welcomed. Our facilities are, you can see we have a basketball court with like a 12-foot ceiling. We do what we can with what we have, and these typically don't get a lot of love. So we're going to try to pursue grant funding to make that happen because it could be a really remarkable space. And really briefly, what's on the horizon, so things that you'll hear about soon. So Oregon Gulch Trail planning, that's all complete. We're going to be seeking out grants for that in the future. The Future of Reading Trails Master Plan, so that is a comprehensive interagency trail master plan. The draft is complete. It will be going to the Community Services Advisory Commission soon. That is a project that we worked on with National Park Service, the Bureau of Land Management, the McConnell Foundation, private developers, Reading Trail Alliance, Reading Parks and Trails Foundation, and many others. So there's good collaboration there, and we see that as a roadmap forward for trail projects. Eventually, it will make its way to council. The California Soccer Park just got a new actual grass field. It is a small one. It is for youth, but we think that is going to be not only a good business opportunity for them, but very welcome to actually have actual grass to play on out there. So we're able to work with them to install new turf and convert essentially a grass area they already had. And small park improvement projects. So these are actually funded by our partners. So from what we don't obtain in O&M money, we actually go to the community and partner with groups like the McConnell Foundation and the Reading Parks and Trails Foundation to fund things that could be a little bit of concrete, a little bit of landscaping, all the way to new lighting leading up from the parking lot to the Sundial Bridge. So we thank them for those projects and helping us stretch our budget and focus on the things that we need to do to repair our facilities, and we're happy to have their support in improving them. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Let's hold on a second. Nick, are you here?
I'll pass.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Any questions for Mr. Travis?
I don't have any questions, but I want to take time to acknowledge the secret weapon that community services is to this city. I don't think that there is, and I might hurt all the other directors' feelings here, but I'm not sure that anyone is better at acquiring grants
amen.
that make life exciting for families in this community better than the Parks Department. I saw that when I sat on CSAC, and I just think that it's such a blessing that we have that your team literally crushes in getting grants. And the only way we are able to have a majority of these facilities are because you guys just leverage every dollar. And I just want to applaud you for that and say thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just add, a lot of those aren't, you go after them on your own. They're not grants that just come up. You go search out and research and look for those. So we thank you for that too. Councilmember Audette.
For the wildfire protection, how long does that $1.5 million grant from CAL FIRE last?
So that was something that we were able to actually combine with some other funding. Alone, that would get us a little over a year because about half of that money goes towards equipment. We're actually able to use some REU funding and a grant from housing to be able to stretch that to a full 2-year effort for that crew.
And then what is REU's contribution?
It's a few $100,000. So it's a few $100,000 between those other 2 pots of money. And we actually just applied for another grant to be able to stretch it out for another 1.5 years. And last year we applied for another grant as well. So we
Like
think
with
there's more on
REU?
the horizon. No, from CAL FIRE.
Oh, from CAL FIRE.
So they're there to get us through the full 2 years, and then we're looking at state funds for the rest of that to try to be able to stretch that crew out.
And so REU, though, covers what?
So actually they have contracts that we're gonna be able to take over some of that work, and that's for like pole clearing, so that crew would then go switch to doing pole clearing, as well as some other right-of-way clearing and other clearing projects that they have. So it's actually pretty minimal. It's not really an ad for them. It's work that they were already going to have to do or going to have to contract out.
So they contract with us to do some of that mitigation work?
Not necessarily contract with us. It would essentially be a cross-charge between divisions. So we do that already. We have a full-time funded crew to do that does work for REU. Like Mayor Munns was just with us the other day doing some clearing, but actually power line clearing, so trees with strike potential, fuels that are underneath power lines. It actually helps fund some of that goat mitigation. So it's to reduce severity of fire and to reduce the potential for basically starting a fire from a down power line. So if there's
And
no
that's
fuel
every-
there, it's less likely to burn.
That's every year?
It's been several years of that. So
Okay,
we manage that effort for them.
got it. Thanks.
Councilmember DeDuca.
So I applaud you for the heart and passion you bring to this work. My question is about the grants. Can you please clarify, these grants cover the initial build out, or do they cover the ongoing maintenance? Can you use any of those dollars towards the ongoing maintenance as well?
It's not typical for grants to cover
Okay,
maintenance.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, so they will cover the build out. Some of them, though, we use strategically to rebuild or improve a thing that actually needs maintenance as well. So we try to be very strategic about what we're doing when we do these things. Sometimes it is a spot that is problematic, and we're able to put something in there that is less problematic.
Yeah, so that's my concern, that one of the problems we have had is how do we maintain these facilities after building them, whether it's mowing the grass, whether it's keeping the bathrooms clean, keeping the security. So all those issues become a bigger problem for us operationally in long term. And we need a better solution to this than we have right now, because it brings me to my next question. Of course, Reading Soccer Park, Big League Dream was gonna close, and city had to step in, and you really did a great job taking this over and maintaining this facility. We don't want to shut it down. Now we have another service which is at the brink of closure with the Civic Auditorium. But I'm really concerned about South City Park. South City Park is in such central location that's really the heart of the city. And we have struggled with that. And there are many reasons for that. and I don't want to go into the details of that, but when it comes to maintenance, isn't it a good idea for us to partner with the groups which have involvement there, let's say Sons of Italy or the baseball park or something? Have you had any conversations with them and see if you guys can work together to make something better which works for the community? Because my understanding is they are willing to take a lot of responsibilities for ongoing maintenance and efforts.
Yeah, we'd had conversations. We still continue to have some conversations, but we are following the direction that council gave us. I think it was 2022 when they adopted the South City Park Activation Plan. And so we've been executing that vision since then by obtaining grants and doing the design and things like that. We've had some shared maintenance in the past in other facilities. We actually, with the bike park that I showed you, the Reading Trail Alliance has an MOU that they would be doing 10 years of maintenance for that facility when we start or after construction. We do have an agreement with the Colt 45s to do maintenance at Tiger Field specifically. We do also, however, contribute tens of thousands of dollars toward their utilities. So it's kind of a give and take with everything. So I would not expect to saddle 100% of maintenance onto another group without having some other kind of support or relationship with them.
Right, I understand. This brings me to I do not know whether this is the right time or should I bring it up on 12. I would like to see if we can specifically talk about South City Park more and how we can make this specific park more user-friendly and more safe in the future.
Item 12.
Item 12,
Bring it
okay.
up, yeah, a little bit.
So we can do that later.
Yeah, okay. Vice Mayor Lata.
Yeah, we had an update, I believe by email the other day about the Roundup program with RU, where people can round up their bills and money goes to parks. Maybe you could give an update here to the public of how that's implemented, and perhaps goals of how to use that money for the future. Maybe it's for upkeep of these parks that will be completed in the future, and just a quick update to the public here.
So still a very small component of the Parks Division, but hope to grow into a very large component in the future. So that is essentially a program that we came up with and partnered with REU to be able to give utility bill payers an option to round up to the nearest dollar on their utility bill or make a direct contribution to parks and recreation activities. So that's essentially parks maintenance, projects, and scholarships for youth or materials for recreation programs. So actually, as of last week, we had our first two donors. One was a roundup and one was a direct contribution of $25, which is like 50 times the average donation, which is pretty cool. It doesn't sound like much, but we literally did no PR about the program because we weren't quite ready to launch it. It just kind of came out on the bill and someone saw it and...
Was that your donation, just to be clear?
Yeah,
So-
no, I tried to be first. I tried to be first, trust me. It did not work and yeah. But anyway, so we're rolling that program out, should come out soon, and we're working out a few software kinks and mechanics there, and that is something that I will be happy to report on our success in the future. But projections for that saw basically between a $100,000 and $200,000 revenue based on statistics with other utility contribution programs and our local ratepayer account holders and population. So we think we're gonna have a pretty good success. And if we got $100, I'd be excited about that too, because as you saw with that division, we know how to put that money to good use.
Thank you, Travis. But I see that you're up next, huh?
I am.
9.6D, consider financial assistance options for Advanced Reading regarding the Civic Auditorium located at 700 Auditorium Drive.
All right. Well, thank you again, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So as we heard in the August 4th council meeting, Civic Auditorium and Julie Dyer from Advanced Reading, they let us know that they are heavily affected by the larger economy, our local market, music industry, and the peculiarities of our particular lease agreement. So at that meeting, Advanced Reading requested council consider financial support for some or all of the, or providing some or all of the funds that were set aside by the city during the land sale for the Sheraton in 2014. And as an item 12, council directed staff to return with some suggestions on how best to financially support or assist the operator should the council choose to. So one thing that did not get talked about that I do want to point out is that we didn't hear much about our particular agreement with the Civic and kind of why that's unique. And so Advanced Reading not only does the programming and they pay rent and they do interior maintenance, but they're also responsible for helping us with our events. So things like State of the City, the Freedom Festival, the Memorial Day lunch, the rodeo, the list kind of goes on, Cool April Nights. All of those heavily impact the Civic, not just in terms of days that they can't operate, so they essentially have to shut down for a large period of times, but they also have staff costs during those times. And that actually amounts to about $600,000 to $700,000 throughout the year. So we actually impact them as well with our agreement, whereas another commercial operator may just have free reign to do the days and times that they want. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were all aware that their agreement is not a traditional one that we would have, like if we had a traditional for-profit entity coming in where we just said, go for it, make as much money as you can, and that's it. We actually have some restrictions in there. We have city days. I think it's about 12 days that we reserve, and those 12 days aren't just days, they're rodeo week is a whole week, so it can be cumbersome. So we've identified a few options for you to consider tonight. That's not the end. You can also provide alternative direction, but we want to just identify a few of the kind of low-hanging fruit options that you have. So we, let's see, they include allocating some or all of the approximately $670,000, it's a little bit over 670, like by a couple $100. That money is held in an equipment replacement fund. Changing that funds or those monies designation would require a resolution, so that action can't be done exactly tonight, but you can provide direction to say you want to release some or all of that funding, either through, it could be a grant, a loan, it could technically be a gift, but you have options on how you would do that. You can put performance metrics on it. You could put timelines on it. Like I said, if it was a loan, it could be a straight up loan, it could be a forgivable loan, it could be for a certain purpose. You also have the second option of deferring lease payments. So when the tenant left the Civic Auditorium, we actually had a clause in the contract that reduced lease payments to about $5,000 a month. You do have the option to renegotiate the agreement and reduce those lease payments even further or completely waive the lease payments. And a third option for you to consider tonight is, would you like to designate 2 council members to take a look at this agreement with staff and members and Advanced Reading staff to be able to reframe that agreement into something that we think is going to be successful or sustainable for them. So I'm happy to answer any questions about any of those options, and I know Julie is also here.
Well, we have a
for any
couple of
questions.
speakers. Let's let them go first.
Okay.
Travis. Dolores Cero. And then Jenny, you'll be up next. And you'll be third.
When I hear this, let me give you an idea. I live in Shasta Lake. All my shopping, everything I do, it's in Reading. When I shop, my tax dollars go to you, because it's City of Reading. On this item, when I hear you guys ask, asking for money for a building, somebody who's running it, and they can't afford to run a business. They shouldn't be getting into a business if they can't afford it. The money belongs to the people. And for people to come up here, I'm sure he's doing his job, to be asking for the funding or, to be doing a forgivable loan. And, how many times are we going to have people to come up here and abuse the citizens? Instead of him coming to you, he should be facing the citizens saying, hey, citizens, are you okay for us to give this kind of money and have this money forgivable? When you're struggling, and there's probably people struggling, but this money belongs to them. They are your boss. I don't think that's okay for businesses like this, even though it helps the city to, have these activities or do what they do, but still, You can't continue to run the business and then come and ask and say, well, because I can't afford it, or, we have all these bills, can you just give us a loan, or can you do a forgivable loan? Are you kidding me? If you can't afford it, you shouldn't be in business, period. But the money belongs to the people. You have been abusing these citizens. You ain't no different than in Shasta County, the Board of Supervisors. Here you are spending so much money that is ridiculous. Almost $500,000 for a city manager a year? Are you kidding me? He should just be running the county for that kind of money. You're throwing money. You're wasting money. You're not doing your job. People get elected and all they do is rubber stamp everything. Just because you're friends, you want to get along because you have an agenda in the end, because you need their votes. How many times are we going to do this? The people have the control. They just don't know how to use their power. They don't know how to do it. And it's sad because we are the people who have the knowledge and the wisdom of what's going on. It takes somebody to have the backbone to do what it takes to go after the people who are going beyond and asking for money over and over. This is ridiculous. If you vote, I'm going to have to file a complaint. I'm already preparing for a complaint because you guys are abusing the citizens' funds.
Thanks, Dolores. Jenny, you're up.
There, I want to be tall. So good evening, beautiful council members. So I don't have the same, how do I put this? The same knowledge into this agreement that all of you have. So it's a little difficult to speak on. And maybe that's a part of the problem. It would be really nice for every step of the way of this to be really transparent, because I remember when Advanced Reading took over the Civic Center, which was already failing, and it was a very controversial movement. And I would hate to replay that again, to have people feel suspicious about that. And so the best way, I think, I like that renegotiation of contract one, like that's the one I would pick, except for I would hope that that would be opened up, not just, if Advanced Reading can't pay, look into allowing other people to look at the contract too, to be like, hey, our business might be able to do that, or we might be able to. It sounds like Advanced Reading has a very good contract with you, the fact that they are able to provide as much as they can. But if you're renegotiating a contract, don't you usually open that up for other contractors too, for other people to be like, hey, I might compete with that. And in the end, if Advanced Reading still wins, they win, but at least opening it up might help a little bit. I don't know if you can, like I said, I'm not in the same area as you are. I don't have all the paperwork in front of me. I don't know everything you know. So maybe that was a very ignorant statement, but just from the audience perspective, from someone that's down there, that's what I would be thinking and wondering. Can other people look into this? Can other people compete for this? Maybe they can't, but just wondering.
Thank you. Travis? Vice Mayor Lata?
So the original money of the $675,000 or so, whatever's in that account, came from the sale of the Sheraton building. That money was designated roughly about 10 years ago to help with potential ongoing maintenance costs, investment into the building itself. Thought a lot about this, but just thinking about what Advanced Reading has really done to the Civic Center. They came in and invested something like about $1.5 million in all their time into the building itself, taking care of upgrades. It's a different kind of relationship with the lease that we have, recognizing a landlord versus tenant relationship. That contract itself was working in the past when they had better lease agreements with, Bethel renting out the Civic Center there. But we recognize the Civic Center is old. It's falling apart in some ways. It needs a lot of investment income into it. We talk about the air conditioner that is a $5 million expense or so, and not to say it's on life support, but that's a big concern in the future, what's going to happen when
It's on
that
life
goes out and
support.
has to be
You're
replaced.
correct, it's on life support.
Yes, so I think about the economic benefit to the city as well. The city cannot come in and just take over the Civic Center and start operating it, as it would be more expensive for the city to take that on. If you look at the staffing, the pension costs, the health insurance, and just what it costs to pay a government employee to come in and start operating the Civic Center. So I don't think that's just really a good thing for the city to really come in and say, well, great job, Advance Reading. You did a great job there, and I know it's not working out, but we'll come in, because we really couldn't do it better. You know, so I look at this as a long-term approach, the economic benefit, everything they do, just from bringing in concerts that allow sales tax to come into the city, the TOT tax, what it does for the community itself when they get to do home and garden shows, wedding events, 3-on-3 basketball, cool April nights. The reality of what the public really just doesn't know is, if we said no to all this right now, it's just not a good agreement. The Civic Center can essentially just shut down and they can hand the keys back to us. And that's kind of some of the discussion that's coming back. And so start thinking about the economic downturn of what we lose. We lose sales tax, we lose TOT tax, we lose a very valuable building that's an asset to the community that they use beyond the concerts that are coming in. It's a bad thing if we don't give the money, because essentially if we don't give this money to them, we're going to spend that money winding down the Civic Center, boarding it up, and talk about the cost to restart that down the road. We heard a comment about, sure, maybe there's another group that might want to come and run this. I highly doubt it. I mean, we could put it out for RFP, but it's not a good lease that works for the long term that worked in the past. This lease does need to be restructured to recognize the ongoing trends, the struggles that we really have, and to protect this asset for the city and be able to let the community use it for all the functions that we're getting. So as far as my thoughts of how to give the money, I would not want to give it as a loan, because I think that's kind of a false premise, meaning we give it as a loan with the intentions that maybe they're not going to pay it back anyway. So let's just call it what it is. It's going to go into the infrastructure, the maintenance, the ongoing expenses. Whether we call it a grant or not, I just don't support calling it a loan itself. So we're going to spend this money to invest into the building itself, or we're going to spend the money to wind down the building and lock it up. Those are the two choices. We're going to spend the money really anyways, however we put it. I'd rather invest in the city and protect the TOT tax, the sales tax, and keep this as an economic driver for the community. So I fully support this.
Councilmember Resner?
I think that Councilmember Lata touched on this, but I think that it's really important, especially for the two speakers who asked some questions before. This structure of lease, while it worked for us in the past, is not typical of this sort of venue. Can you speak a little bit to that? Because we're a little bit backwards, and it's very atypical as far as this.
Yeah, so first and foremost, Advanced Reading's a nonprofit, right? So
Yes.
that's atypical first, right off the bat. But that we also have a very restrictive agreement that says what they can and can't do. We charge them with some responsibilities. We do some of the maintenance too on the exterior, but it's just not something that you would see with like one of the big name brand operators, or even in the past when the city ran it itself. We actually lost like $1.5 million a year running it ourselves. So this was sort of an agreement where they came about to sort of rescue the facility and say, we can do this. There weren't people lining up to be able to do this. And to the point that another third-party operator is going to come in, A, locally, there's no expertise for that, and B, you have to have the right market and you have to set yourself up in the position. I think in the best case scenario, Advanced Reading sets us up into the position where one of those large operators actually looks at us. So that's not an easy road. The reason that we have what we have now is because of the hard work that they put in to get us to that point. So they're sort of building. This isn't something that like a large operator is going to come in and be like, they've got the market, let's go. You have to make the market. And so that's kind of what they've been working on.
But typically in this, we would usually, as a city, pay that
Yes,
entity to come
correct.
in, right? They wouldn't be paying us. I think that's the
Correct.
part
You would
in
also
which-
pay one of those large brands to come in and do this work. Every single facility is subsidized in one way or another, at least from our research. Whether that's through sponsorship or just a direct payment, because other cities know they're going to get it back in TOT or sales tax or some other mechanism, so they have sort of a deal that makes sense for them financially. They'll have a loss leader here with their venue, but they're gonna make it up in with Heads and Beds or with some other tourism type of thing.
And if we were to grant this money to Advanced Reading, this would, am I understanding this would essentially be able to get us through till January? And maybe I could ask for some clarity, or does that get us through the end of the fiscal year?
You'd have to clarify that with them.
May I ask Advanced Reading that question? Yeah, I mean, you can answer
Yes,
from wherever
step
you
up,
want.
Step up to the mic, Julie.
I would love a harsh reality, not a.
Sure. With current programming, so what we can know right now, which keep in mind, our booking window is anywhere from 45 days to 18 months. So it does change pretty consistently, but with what we can know right now, that gets us through to January, yes.
And if we chose to shut the doors of the Civic and not grant this money, we would essentially be on the hook, yes, for all of those. Anybody who's anybody who's booked already? Is that how I understand that industry? It's not my
So
wheelhouse.
that's even part of what led into the ask from August 4th, is that Advanced Reading has never approached its agreement or its partnership with the city from a punitive kind of position. So we, regardless of the decision, we would like a discussion, because there are going to be impacts to the city and to Advanced Reading. And our goal would be to achieve a wind down that actually is the least harmful for both parties.
Did anybody touch on yet, or did staff address how much it would roughly cost the city to board up the Civic? Not like how much does plywood cost, but to maintain that facility. Are we still talking? I've asked that question before, probably when Advanced Reading got brought in, and I want to say that it was somewhere around $700,000 in terms of taking care of lawn and upkeep and those sort of things.
Yeah, if you asked it before, probably double it, but it's quick math. But actually, but prior to doing that, we would probably do an RFP before just boarding it up. We'd be sad to see that happen, but you would have one last shot at it. I don't suspect that anyone's going to take you up on that because of the aforementioned incentives that other cities typically provide. Unless we were prepared to provide similar incentives, I don't see anyone taking us up on that. But yes, it would be quite an expensive project. There's a lot of glass. There's a lot. I mean, we're not going to go run rec programs out of there, so it's not going to be used for sure. So it would be quite the undertaking. But I can't give you a number today.
Okay. Those are my only questions.
Well, in terms of number 3, two council members, Mike or Aaron.
You have to, Council Danuga.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
So this is clearly an asset for our city. City built it. It's a kind of an heart of the city, and recent events have been really, really successful. I mean, you couldn't even find a parking in the whole place the last time I was there. I mean, I was not even going for the event, but so this is really popular place which serves multiple purposes. And I'm all for keeping it open. Shutting it down is a terrible, terrible option. And look what happened to the Big League Dreams. Public wants to keep it open. Public needs this. So I'm all for keeping it open. My question is, I would like to see a long-term financial plan. And let me be very clear to the public also, that they're absolutely right. None of these facilities survive on their own without city or community coming together to support it. Let's say Turtle Bay. Turtle Bay gets some city support, some public support, and some business support, and they manage it. That's how these things work all the time, everywhere. But the question I have for you is right now, because this is just a short-term lifeline for the civic auditorium, but what's a long-term plan? Because what are we going to do after January? And that is a hard question. The hard reality is this. It's $1.2 to $1.5 million per year cost of overheads to keep it open. Who's going to pay for it? Is the city going to pay for it? Somebody else going to pay for it from Advanced Reading? Or is it going to be the public which is willing to step up and pony up some money? Actually, I made some phone calls today to see if, what I'd like to see is not just the city, but also some other organizations or individuals supporting the effort. I would be much more comfortable, and they have a genuine question. These public speakers have a genuine question that how much money can we give and how much can we keep giving? So can we find a balance, see, okay, can you raise some money and bring that money to our attention and say, hey, we raise this public money from different groups and then city can contribute something? Because if it's just city footing the bill for overheads, that's going to be really a hard sell time and again. So what I'd like to see is, can you raise some funds from private donations from groups or individuals? And if you can do that, I think we'll be much better positioned to also support it as a public and government partnership. So my feeling is I'm happy to support some of the transfer of these funds, maybe not all of them, but maybe for a few months, give the auditorium a lifeline for now, and then I would like to see a more robust plan for the next 12 months after that. So maybe we can fund something which will keep the operations and open for a few months. That's what my feeling
Well, the
is.
675 only goes for 4 months, so, I mean,
Yeah, but I'm just saying is that, how about if we say half of it for now, and then you guys come up with a plan with the public donations in few months, and then city can also contribute more to it. That's what I'm saying, rather than giving all of it right now.
all right, thank you. Councilmember Audette.
I'm kind of confused. If it's their money, why does it have to be a loan or a grant? Why can't we just reallocate it towards whatever the uses that they have for? Because it's earmarked for them. It's their money, essentially, or it's for the civic.
It's for the facility.
Yeah.
So it's set by resolution for
Yeah.
maintenance. So maintenance is an appropriate expenditure from the Equipment Replacement Fund, at least as set by that resolution from council.
Right.
But we would have to essentially do a new resolution that says you want to do it for something else. So you would be not spending it on maintenance, but sending it out as a grant outside, so you'd be cutting them a check versus paying for new flooring or restrooms or something like that. That's what that money was originally intended for by that previous council. So you could undo that action and then change it by resolution to be a grant with the terms that you set.
Would, if they were going to use it for the maintenance, would it also be a grant?
It is generally for our expenditure out of that fund, so we would be
It's just a
making expenditures.
technicality of like how so if it was for maintenance, we would again be saying we're granting you your own money as a grant for maintenance?
It's not their money, it's the council's money, and council has purview over it. So if you're going to decide to hand it over, then that's when you would re-resolve. If you want to pay for maintenance and the fact that you wanted to buy
very
See what you mean? So if
materials.
we were gonna fix it with maintenance fees,
Yes.
then it would just be fixed through
Correct.
us. But we're actually handing it over to them, and that's why it has to be a
Correct.
grant
So
or
you
a
couldn't
loan.
pay for their
Okay.
staff.
When the council made that original resolution, the intention was to support city's responsibility.
Gotcha.
Not Advanced Reading. So this
Okay.
would change that. It's still used for that purpose in terms of maintenance or capital investment. It would just be a different entity that's doing that, not the city.
Gotcha. It's because we're not in charge of it, so
That's,
they would.
that's correct. We would
Gotcha,
hand
okay.
it to them, and we would call it a grant just because we would generally say, here is how you need to spend it, as opposed to going to Cabo or something. Right, so we would want to make sure that we
Don't
just
go to
have an
Cabo.
agreement that just says, here's what it's going to be spent for. And that's what would be represented in the grant agreement and the budget resolution that you would approve if so chose.
Okay, so what you're asking for is for them to be granted their money, well, that designation for the civic, to be for the civic, and I'm assuming the intent is to use it on operations, maintenance, personnel, whatever the thing, all of the above. And then you want to discuss a deferment of the payments just until January?
I think I have to admit that I wrote that in there, and my thought process was that it would just be an opportunity for the council to have ample time to discuss that, and then at the end of that, it would either be permanently deferred, or you would decide, no, you still have to pay it. So really, that was what I
Sure,
put in
sure.
the staff report, not really
Okay.
what was requested by Advance Ready.
Okay, okay. And then for the third one, because I'm still trying to figure out if we can have you start charging for parking so you can start funding, you know what I mean? Like make it more solvent, because I know, I mean, for events, everywhere I go, you have to pay for parking. And you haven't actually been doing that, and you had mentioned we need to be a part of that. So would this ad hoc committee, is that what we're calling it? Or a negotiation team? Would they be talking about that type of stuff? Like what opportunities there were for you?
I would absolutely expect that.
Okay.
For context, though, we have run calculations on parking, and parking, charging for it is going to be about $56,000 a year. So it's not
Oh.
a huge hole filler.
Darn.
Yeah,
It's worked so well for the city, though, so I thought maybe.
yeah.
Okay. So what is the purpose of assigning 2 council members exactly?
Well, that's what we did the last time we actually negotiated this lease. We had 2 council members who were involved, and since this is a complete restructuring of that agreement, it made sense to me at least that the council may want to have a more direct hand of 2 of its members working directly, because it is quite a shift from the existing agreement. It's going to involve quite a bit of political know-how, if you will, because you need to understand, what this is for, as well as what the community impact and what the community sentiments would be. And so it was successful the last time we did this 10-year lease agreement. And so I felt that it would be useful if the council chose to assign 2 members to participate in that conversation.
So it's being renegotiated? Are we,
Well, I think it starts with this restructuring at a high
Sure.
level. And then my recommendation would be that once you have some concurrence between Advanced Reading and the city as to if there's an opportunity to restructure that be brought back to the council at a higher level. If the council as a whole is agreeable that we should restructure said agreement in said fashion, that then you would release staff to go negotiate the finer points.
is there going to be somebody like from the public or on one of these committees that can also?
What about prior council members? Like, who were the other 2 council members that helped negotiate that lease in the past? Maybe we would be able to.
Well, and
Well, I just meant like a community member. I mean, we have opinions, you know what I mean, about it. So if we invite them into that process.
I want to be clear, if you appoint anyone as part of the committee who is not a member of this board, it becomes a Brown Act body, and you have to have noticed meetings.
In the past, we've also used the Community Services Advisory Commission,
Can
maybe
you do
with
that?
similar issues,
Can they be
but
a
they
part
have
of
been
that?
part of these teams as well.
Is that?
You
is
could
that
also
be
delegate
official,
to
or can
them.
it be unofficially a part of that?
You could also delegate the whole thing to CSAC.
So you could certainly delegate, you could appoint a committee, but you can also just ask that whoever you have, if it's an ad hoc, works with those bodies and gets input from them as part of that process.
Or would you guys be amenable to having CSAC be a part? At least so that way that if
Yep.
CSAC discusses it, the public has the opportunity to talk to CSAC and CSAC has the opportunity, you know what I mean? Just so that there's some open communication,
CSAC could
especially
be-
to answer questions.
They could be the beginning of it and then bring it to us.
Yeah, I'll defer to how they, I don't know how they.
I believe that last time we mixed CSAC and members of the council, and that seemed to work well, but I'm totally open
I
to
just want to create
giving it all
another
to
opportunity
CSAC.
for the public to weigh in and to also to understand what is happening and isn't happening.
Councilmember Danuka, you want to add?
Yeah, I second that, I mean, it's not a motion, but yeah, I think the CSAC will be a good place to have a community feedback on this, and they should consider all the options on the table, whether it's renegotiating, restructuring the lease, or whether it's keep an option open that is there any other group available or willing to take this task. So I think community would like to see that option possibly, and that should be kept on the table. So I'm actually all for that. I agree that should be more community discussion. Although Advanced Rating has done a good job and they are local, I would definitely like to keep it local, not somebody from outside corporation. But within the community, if someone else is interested, hey, let's hear them out.
What kind of timeline would it take for CSAC to, are we talking 6 months, 8 months, a year?
We would agendize that for their next meeting, which is about 3 weeks. So they'll be able to do that, start the committee, and then we'd just immediately follow up.
I mean, would this be like a rodeo lease where it would take
No.
6 months or no?
Yeah, so we're starting to drift away, so
Sorry.
Well, first we were talking a council ad hoc meeting, which you clearly can do, and then you can work with CSAC as a body. In other
Yes.
words, you could work together with Advanced Reading, say initially, and come up with ideas and what the issues are and problems are, problem statements, that sort of thing. And then you could present that as a body to Advanced, or to CSAC. CSAC then could, have public comment, and they can make their ideas known and how they would like to see that move forward, and then the ad hoc committee would keep working.
Yeah.
Another way is that you could ask CSAC to be the ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
And they would do said work and report back, through CSAC to you. So there's a couple different ways, and as the city attorney mentioned, and I'll let him opine further, when you start adding bodies together, you start getting into Brown Act issues, and it changes sort of the dynamic and what you can get accomplished in a quick and swift manner.
Well, I'm making motion is to give them a grant of the 675, defer the 5,000 till January, and then let CSAC be the lead dog for this, and then they can bring it back to us. They'll have plenty of public interaction, and then, so that would be my motion.
Can I make an alternate motion, or do you want to?
We have a second?
I'll second that. But I'd like to hear what he
Okay,
says.
now,
so.
yeah, go ahead, Paul.
My alternate motion is same as yours, except what I would say is that I would like to see the half the money to be granted for now, and other half to see what comes out of CSAC meetings and further deliberation over next 3 to 4 months.
So my only struggle with that is just thinking about when you're saying for them to go out and find money or find donors,
They have jobs.
let's consider all the money from what they're already bringing in the revenue. They're already pouring that into the building. So it almost acts like they're not putting a dime into it. So they're pouring everything. They
No,
got
I
into
hear
I don't
you.
think there's enough time either to be able to
And
raise
I hear you. I'm
so
just
I
saying.
understand your point, but I don't want to neglect from they're giving
So-
everything into
So
it.
my only thing is because public will also have more confidence because this issue has suddenly come up. So if you give 3 to 4 months to the public to see the transparency, but meanwhile, their operations can continue with this support. I'm fine with deferring the lease payments, and if we approve the grant for half the money, at least they can continue the same operations for next 3 to 4 months, and then we'll have enough time to find different options and long-term financial plan.
Okay, well, we have a first and a second on the first one. Do we have a second on the second one? Okay, no. So, all in favor of the first motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are up again, 9.8.
I'm absent.
Chief Van Landingham. Consider update Reading Municipal Code Title VI,
thought it worked.
Emergency Medical Service,
Yes,
First
I'm a yes.
Responder Fee, and provide direction.
What?
Everybody cares about advanced
Like-
reading. They don't care about us.
How are you, sir?
Did I say something to make you?
I'm good.
It's good to see you.
Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me tonight. What's before you tonight is a reconsideration of our emergency medical services first responder fee that was approved by City Council July 20th, 21, and placed in the Reading Municipal Code, Chapter 6.18. The fee was first placed in the master fee schedule in Budget 22-23 at $326. It has increased each year on the fee schedule and is currently at $489. And as you know, we have recently started implementing the fee for medical calls going back to January of 2025. The fee is currently being issued to patients in need of lift assist, but later this year, it will be expanded to include all emergency medical calls, about 10,000 calls for service. The first responder fee is determined by totaling the hourly benefited rate of our personnel, fuel, and maintenance costs, and it's evaluated each year and approved by City Council. In the original staff report back in 2021, it was identified that the projected revenue would be $391,200. That was calculated based on 7,500 billable calls, collecting only about 20% of that, not understanding or completely understanding what our demographics and our collection rate in the city might be. We use the 20% number. And paying a billing company of additional 20% to manage that billing. And that's how we came up with the $391,200. Today, using that same methodology, the projected revenue could be over $750,000. So first responder fees are not new to California or other parts of the country. In the last staff report, July of '21, we did identify 20 other fire agencies in California that have implemented similar fees. As budgets have been stretched thin and call volume has increased for fire agencies, fire departments are either trying to find additional sources of revenue or figuring out how to prioritize a little bit differently and changing or potentially reducing some of their service levels that they do provide. So tonight, what's before you is we're just asking for some direction. Obviously, we've had some community feedback since we started issuing the bills, which was to be expected. As I've communicated with other fire chiefs around the state, that's a pretty normal process. Initial shock at first, and then it seems to level out. But tonight you have some options to give us as the fire department. Should the ordinance be modified one way or the other? Should the ordinance be repealed? Should the fee be revised? And if the ordinance is modified, should the fee be temporarily suspended until the new ordinance is adopted? And or if the fee is suspended, should the current billing be rescinded? So that's what's before you tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
I think we have a few speakers though, Chief. Let's take care of them, then we'll bring you back up. Darlene Waltman, you're up first. Ty Cook, you'll be next.
Take your time.
First of all, this is not a part of my resume addressing the Reading City Council, but I appreciate you all, and I also appreciate the mayor for speaking to me personally on Friday, and also Dr. Danuka for sending out the email that we were able to respond to. This is ridiculous. This whole thing, $400. How many senior citizens have that amount of money if they fall in their home? And to have somebody come and pick them up that is not an EMT or something, you have the risk of hurting them more than, you know, and people are trying to stay in their homes. And it's $35,000 a month to go into a home. And that is just not attainable to some people. I have a personal thing here. First of all, going back to January 1st, I think it's the most ridiculous thing in the whole world. I had no idea that this was even a thing. And now all of a sudden, people are getting charged for something that happened 8 months ago. My husband had a compound fracture of his ankle in November. He went into an assisted living, a home, you know, a rehab. And he came home after 2 months. They released him. He did not release himself. He fell for 2 weeks 4 times. And I couldn't lift him. He's 280 pounds. He couldn't get up. So we called 911. What else do you do? It's in the middle of the night. There's no other help. So therefore, I'm going to get charged a bill of $2,000 because of that. And he is a Vietnam veteran, 100% disabled, and this is wrong for our senior citizens. We have a lot of senior citizens in this town. And I don't understand. I mean, I can understand if somebody calls and says, help me out of bed or something like that. But if somebody is on the ground and they can't get up, who do you call? What do? You let them lay there? You let them die? People are not going to call for help.
Sorry to cut you off, Darlene. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you. Ty Cook? No Ty? Dave Law? Dave, did you go to school around here? I did. Didn't I go to school with the Dave Law?
We're not going to hold it against you.
We went to Nova together.
That's right.
Okay, what I got going tonight is, first of all, I'm here to talk about this fee. And just to let you know a little bit of facts, the history of this first responder fee. I don't know if you're aware, but in the early 90s, the Reading Fire Department charged for all medicals. Okay. I don't know if you're aware of that. When this first responder fee got approved in 2021, I emailed the council, and 30 minutes later, I got a phone call from Chief Landingham. Aaron, I think you were the only one on the council at that time that's still here. Okay, and we talked and told me what he was doing, and I made him aware that we charged for every medical call we used to go on in the city of Reading. By the way, I was a fireman here for 32 years in this city. So he said he was unaware of that. But I'm aware of a command and operations meeting where he was informed of that situation. And he basically told his staff, well, this fee is going to help pay for a new administrative deputy chief in the department, which council had already approved. So I came to that meeting on the 21st, and there was only 7 cities up there on the deal here. So I took the liberty, I contacted every one of them. 5 of them had paramedics and did transport. 2 departments had paramedics and did not do transport, advanced life support. Reading Fire Department is only basic life support. So those people have a reason to recoup a lot of fees. The hourly rate that the chief's talking about, that's the rate they charge OES when the engines go out and we get reimbursed. The city got reimbursed for those. I can't tell you in my 32-year career that I ever spent an hour lifting somebody up and putting them back in a chair. You get a little over 6-minute response time, you put them back in a chair, and then you go available. The podcast talked about an engine missing a structure fire because they were helping somebody on a lift assist, and we're just talking about lift assists here. The elderly people that can't
I
get up.
apologize, Dave.
What?
Your time is up, my friend.
Well, okay.
Nice to see you, though.
I would like you to rescind this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Hanson. Gary Pirot, you're up next.
So on the top of this, rescind it. It's ridiculous. One of my clients' husbands fell and got wedged in between two structures in their house. He couldn't get out. She couldn't move him. So they called to get somebody to lift assist and get him out of there. They received a bill for $420. I find that absolutely ridiculous, arrogant, cold, and slighting of the people that can't afford things. My mother's 104 years old. She falls down, pick her up. That's a service. It's taxpayer service, okay? We're not big city. We're not San Francisco. And, you guys need to look at people, not as money to be made. I have a real hard time with this because I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Being a firefighter, which I know a lot of them, is a service. If you want to make money, find a different job, please. Thank you.
Gary, you're up. Susan Murray, you're on deck. No, Gary? Are you Gary? No. All right. Susan Murray, you're up.
Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. In regards to this section 918B, this could be me that we are talking about, that I am on the ground and can't get up. Does it make me sound selfish to not want a family member or friend to be in the same situation if someone falls and can't get up, and after hours of trying to get up and can't, and finally manage to get enough strength to reach the phone to call 911? Well, my mother fell and could not get up. It was really lucky that she wore an alert necklace around her neck, or she would have been on the ground in her living room all night long, from 9 p.m. until the next morning at 8 a.m., just waiting. Some people don't have the money for an alert company to monitor them. My mother and family were lucky. We had insisted she use it, and it was a good decision. I really can see both sides to the situation. I understand that the fire department could be attending to a person that can't get up when there is an extreme emergency somewhere else, and by attending to the can't get up person, some other person's life might be at risk and the fire department is already committed. But if that can't get up person is down, they can lay there for hours or days just waiting. Doesn't this end up being an extreme emergency if they are themselves and if they're by themselves and no one else is in the household? My next door neighbor, a married couple, the husband was prone to falling. Outside, in the bathroom, you get the picture. His wife didn't have the strength to pick him up, so my husband would get a call to come help. If you are going to charge people, people may not call for assistance from the fire department if they know they will be charged. Then you may need to call the coroner's office instead. The fire department probably receives calls from people who are chronic, can't get up situations that might call at least once a week. If the fire department doesn't charge on the first, second, or third trip to pick someone up, but let them know that if they have to come back, they will be charged on the fourth call, because clearly this person needs outside help so they are not in a chronic situation. It seems like about $500 is an excessive amount to charge. Please consider my concerns. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Terry B., you're up, then Dolores. Terry B.? Yep. Okay. You're on deck, Dolores. Yes.
I'm very scared, so bear with me, okay? I am that fall person. I had a stage 1, kicked ass, got through it. 45 days later, I had a stage 4 ovarian cancer. In a span of 8 years, excuse me, I'm emotional. I fell 3 times and called for help 3 times. To that chief, your people are amazing. They were kind, they were gentle, they approached me with humor, and I gave them respect and gratitude. Yesterday, I fell. I was playing with the dogs. I turned too quickly, caught the edge of the couch. Down I went, and this size 2 does not fall gently. I laid there, determined not to call. I was not calling them for any reason because I don't have $500. I just don't. So I ripped my hand open. I'm laying there bleeding. 3 dogs excited because they thought I was down there to play. With determination, time, and struggle, you see, I got myself up. I was not calling for help from 911 for any reason. And now it's going to be a first responder call. This is not just a fall lift. There was scratching on the back of my house at 2 a.m. Do I call RPD or do I get my shoes on, go outside and check, risk opening the door to somebody, and now my young granddaughter's in danger? I didn't call RPD. I went and checked. It was a family of 5 possums scratching on my house. Would that have gotten me a $500 charge? They were really cute. I fed them. But would I have gotten a $500 charge because I didn't know it was possums and I didn't want to risk my granddaughter's life? How many people are going to lay on the floor because they're more scared of your fee than they are of laying on the floor for 4 days? I would have laid there for 4 days hoping I could get to my phone or somebody would stop by. So as I'm laying there bleeding, I'm thinking, what about people who don't have somebody for any reason? And they're on the floor, and you could have saved their life if you came for that pickup. You need a lift assist program, and you need people from the community like me who you are impacting. We have a 1,000-pound backpack because we have you, we have the county, we have the state, we have the federal government demanding how we spend our money, and nobody's asking us really. You listen, and then you do what you do. I'm just a know-nothing citizen, but if you hold a thing where people who you are impacting fully, they will come and tell you what they think and how you can do this system.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, I know. I'm emotional.
My advice is to you, call. When you need us, you call us.
I'm not, because I don't have $500.
Well, if I'm
You
up
can
here
wait.
and we're up here, you call us and then we'll work it out for you. But you call fire department. Listen to me just for once. Call. We will help you. Our fire department will help you. Our police department will help you.
How are you going to make me pay? Are you going to put a lien on my
No, you
house?
call me and
No matter what we decide to do tonight.
Some of those fees can be waived.
They do have a process to waive those
Yeah.
fees for people who cannot afford
But
them.
that's
It
not
just
been
is
made
difficult
public.
to find.
So people are going to be too scared to call.
I agree. We'll make it public tonight.
Call me and ask me to come to a meeting, and I'll tell you my 5 points that I'm concerned
Yeah.
about, because I am the person you're impacting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Dolores, you are up. Thank you, Terry. Jenny, you're up next, and then Jay Coughley. You're up third.
This item on your agenda, it's not legal. Just for you to know that. It's not legal to do that. The taxpayers, the citizens already pay money when they pay taxes. It's not legal for the chief to put or to request for this item or you to have it. If you pass it, it's actually double dipping because the citizens already pay. If anything happens to a citizen because they're afraid to call, if you pass this, I'm telling you right now, it's not legal and you will be liable for any citizen who dies or something happens. They could file a wrongful death if something happens to them. There will be plenty of lawyers to be jumping on these incidents that happen with people because you're going to be passing to say if you call 911 and the ambulance comes out and the fire department comes out, you're going to get charged. And then what? What's going to happen? They can't afford to pay it. Why should they pay it? That's what the service is for. And then, so you're making it say, well, if you don't pay for this, eventually you could put a lien. That means the government, the city, could put a lien on those people's property and hold them accountable for not paying. But I could tell you right now, it's not legal. And so what happens is there's a car accident or some kind of accident in the street and somebody's in an accident. Where they're going to be afraid to call? No, they shouldn't be afraid. You are just causing problems for the citizens. And like I said, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not legal because I could tell you right now just how it's worded and what you're going to do because you already fund the chief, okay? You already fund the service. So if he starts to say, well, we need more money, well, he's going to be double dipping. Double dipping is a crime. You can't do that. But if you do it and if you approve it, then you actually would be violating some laws which is criminal. You cannot double dip. So I'm just letting you know. I mean, like this lady said, they could come up here and they say things and then they walk away and then you guys do whatever you want to do and you vote. And that's what I always, not that I enjoy saying this, but I think it's always so amazing that's what happens. But what I do when you do that, I use that to come back and file charges. Actually, I don't do it here. I file it in the Attorney General. I go out there and file complaints to make public officials accountable because we know the DA doesn't do her job or anybody else. So I will go out of the city to file complaints.
Thank you. Jenny, you're up.
So I am another one that this impacts greatly because there's this thing called implied consent, which means that if you fall and you're passed out, you have no choice in whether or not someone calls 911. And I will let you know that it gets really expensive to be epileptic in this area. And I couldn't imagine adding more fees to that. I am already not a fan of having 911 called when I can't say, please don't do that. But now, having to worry about extra fees, and I will let you know, at least with like ambulances, they don't show up like immediately after, so you can't really budget for that. It's one of those things that one day you pick up the mail months later and you're like, oh, more fees that I wasn't prepared to pay. That's so great. So it's one of those things you should really think about before passing this, that there are people who really can't afford this. And you can say all you want that there are programs, but as someone who's been in and out of the system and filled out all the paperwork and done all this stuff, it doesn't always work out in your favor to be in one of those little programs to like have it paid for you or have the fee, waived or whatever. It doesn't always work. It just doesn't. The mountain of medical debt I have would prove that. So, I think about like my mom who almost died and that stuff was called for her when she was in a car accident that she did not do. Like a 16-year-old hit her, flipped her car. They thought she was dead, asked her name, and when she answered, the cop jumped so far because he thought she was dead. and then got her to the hospital, the kind of fees that came from all the drives and all the people that were called out were crazy. You guys were talking about this fee back then when she was hit. That was, what, 2021, 2022, something like that. It's expensive already to have emergencies. It just is. And adding to that is not helpful. It is not helpful. It's kind of horrible, actually. I was just at the pool when I watched the emergency services get called and the fire department get called out for that. And they pull out somebody who was having a heart attack. And you know what my first thought was? It wasn't, yay, they're saved. It's, that person's gonna pay a fee later because we're charging for that now. That's what I thought of. That's a sad thing to think of as a lifeguard. It just is. And you guys should really think about stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Jay Colley? Coy. All right. You're up.
I am. I am really appalled to hear about this kind of a charge. Number one, it's insensitive, and you all are on a platform to be here to serve and protect. Your taxpayers pay for services. You made that some of your biggest, when you were running for office or whatever, that was some of your biggest punches. That we are here, we believe in serving and protecting, and we are going to protect our citizens, right? And as far as your folks are amazing. They've had to come to my house. I've lived here and paid taxes for 40 years. And I'm just now in the position where my husband has a degenerative brain disorder, and sometimes when he falls down, I can't pick him up. I got one of your bills and was insulted. I've been paying taxes here. We've both worked hard all of our lives here and paid taxes and invested in this community, and I just feel it's really insensitive. And you are putting at risk the most at-risk people in your community. And that part of your community has supported you long before some of you were born, paying taxes and being diligent to support the community. So I ask you to rescind this.
Thank you. All right, Chief, you want to step back up? Anybody want to talk?
Yeah, I have.
Go ahead.
Chief, I have a couple of questions for you. One is, my understanding is that most of, and we are talking about just purely lift assist right now, not the other medical emergencies. So one of the things which I understand is that most of this lift assist calls come from nursing homes or group homes and not from individual homes. Can you give us some idea that, is that correct impression or is it? No, I know some of them come to individual homes, but I'm saying, I'm sorry? No, I understand. I'm saying.
He means the highest amount.
The number of calls he's talking about, number of calls. So do they come mostly from the group home and nursing homes or from the individual homes?
Most of them come from the over 55 communities. There's been some legislation that's passed in the last few years that has put new requirements on nursing homes and the high-skilled facilities. They're required to do those lift assists on their own. You know, years ago, that was definitely problematic, and that's why the legislation at the state level was passed. So most of we do still run some of those lift assists at those facilities, but majority of them come out of the private homes or 55 and over communities.
Okay, so this is a little bit different than what we thought earlier. So in my opinion, that nursing homes or assisted living facilities who charge the individuals for the services, they should be responsible for the cost associated with the lift assist. But in my opinion, individual homeowners should not be paying for this. And this ordinance was approved in 2023, and we recently updated that. And I I hear you completely, and I'm so sorry that you have to go through this. I judge that we, as a city, should judge ourselves by what we do for the most vulnerable amongst us. So my recommendation is to the council is that at the very least, we modify the ordinance. That's number one. Number four, that if it's modified, that we temporarily suspend the fees. And number five, that if suspended, then we should rescind the fees so far. And then we can go into the conversation of figuring out how do we make the system more efficient, because it costs money, right? And then you have to pay more taxes, right? Money doesn't grow on trees. So we have to make a decision, as Joshua Johnson put it earlier, that do you want this or do you want this? Sometimes we can't have both. As a community, we have to decide that are we willing to fund these services in a way that is sustainable without over-extracting the people for more taxes. So maybe we can find some ways to figure that out, how to make it more efficient. And I would love to see public participation with ideas of how to make that more efficient and less burdensome on the fire department or the city budgets. But for now, I would like to make a motion of approving number 1, 4, and 5.
Well, we'll move on. Councilmember Resner.
I am unsure what order I should speak in first. Sir, what was your name in the Yellowstone shirt, just so that I, no, in the red. I don't remember what your
Dave
name is,
Law.
but you're right. I was the only one who, Dave, I was the only one who was up here. And Dave may remember that when we had that discussion before, I'm a little bit flabbergasted. When we were having this discussion before, originally, we were discussing how some of these skilled nursing facilities were essentially abusing whether or not, maybe I'll say nursing facilities in general, because I probably shouldn't speak to which level they were, but they were abusing our facilities or our services and calling when they were supposed to have someone who's capable of lifting folks, which is why it is that that original council was willing to entertain this cause or entertain this fee, because the intention was that we would curb those abuses. And originally we were discussing that we didn't believe that we had legal authority to carve out who it was that we could bill. And that essentially we would create a program that anybody who was on a fixed income and was retired and not abusing the system would have an easy and accessible way to submit something online and say, I have a financial hardship and this should be waived. And that every chief would have the ability from there on out to say, this is not something in which that you should have to pay. And these facilities would hopefully start taking care of people the way in which that they were supposed to be taking care of people, because that's their job. And our people were going and doing things that they weren't supposed to be doing. And that was presented to us, that they were being pulled away from other things. And that was originally the intention. I also would like to say, I'm really sorry. I'm not sure whether this entire council missed it or whether it was solely just me, that we were going to go back until January 1 during our previous discussion. I'm not sure whether that felt like a surprise to all of us. So I would also say that every single one of you who are here tonight and received a bill for something that happened before, I'm really sorry that shouldn't have happened, and especially not without warning. I would actually like to, now that I feel like I'm operating under a different set of facts, I would actually like to make a second motion of number 2, that we should, the ordinance should be repealed. We can revisit it in December if there's some sort of other reason why we should, and that if it's ever considered again, that it would be easier to submit, and I would like all of the current billings to be rescinded. I'm not sure how that works. Sorry to the finance department if I just created a mess, but
I'll second that.
Could you repeat it again, please?
I would like to repeal, so I would like to
Number
do.
two.
Number 2, I would like to repeal the ordinance. I would like to do number 5. I would like to suspend the fee and rescind any of the billings. And then I would entertain if you guys wanted to discuss it again in December, though I don't think it needs to
But
be.
my only question is, if you repeal it completely, then there is no mechanism for them to charge the group homes.
But he said they're not even doing it
But
anymore.
I know,
They
yeah.
still have some, I'm not sure I'm getting a clear answer on that part.
Do we have the ability to carve out and only charge those facilities? I suppose that's a
I think there's
city
a possibility
attorney.
we can look into that.
Christian?
Yeah, I don't have a definitive answer for you. I could look at that. It would probably be a little bit of a different structure than this. It would probably be more along the lines of potentially a licensing requirement. And the big question in my mind is whether we're preempted by state legislation. So if you're interested, I'd be happy to go do some research and come back
Maybe
to you.
do some research and bring it. That can be a topic that comes back to us in December.
Yeah, and that's why I was suggesting that
That's fine.
for now, we suspend the fees, rescind the past fees, and we look for modification if we can find a way to carve that out.
For the moment, we're repealing it, and you'll come back with other stuff later.
Yeah, the first and second is for
Yeah,
myself.
right. Yeah, okay. All right.
Does that mean you're putting this fee on hold?
No.
No, it means we're
No,
repealing it.
No, it means we're repealing it. We're getting
It
rid of
means
it.
when you fall down, we'll come pick you up.
All right, well, don't clap yet. Vice Mayor Lata.
Yeah, I mean, I,
Hold on.
so coming on the council, this was talked during, I think, with one of my one-on-one meetings with you, when I met with you the first time, and this was already approved a couple years ago. It didn't really get any traction with the public. You know, the public never really spoke up. Over a couple years, it was presented as, this just makes a lot of sense. The public hasn't really spoken up, and this is just simply going to get billed to insurance, and insurance is going to pay for it. And if insurance doesn't pay for it, well, it'll just all work out, you know? So what I love about being up here and being on council is the community really speaks. I think we got, I don't know, 17,000 comments on social media. So it felt like that, but I think we got more comments on the fire fee than a tree ordinance or tobacco or just anything else that's hit us over the past 6 months. So it's really important to me that says, okay, the public spoke up, and this is very meaningful. It means it's something we can go back and revisit. And after looking at this, I agree. I've heard the public. I think we can do things differently, better. The intent might have been good, but it is a bit confusing. So I would support the motion to repeal the ordinance and see something come back. So.
Mr. Tippin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just one clarification and then one just a bit of information. So the clarification is that with the motions that are on the table, when we talk about recensions, I'm assuming that you also mean refunds.
Yes.
Okay, just clarification. Secondly, just for your information, if you vote to repeal tonight, that will actually come back in a formal repeal of the ordinance at a future meeting. So just,
Okay.
it won't be in effect. We'll bring it back. It'll stop tonight, but there's some process for that to be officially repealed.
Yeah, it'll actually be 2 meetings because there'll be a first and second reading of the ordinance repealing.
Okay.
But
All
they'll
right.
be reimbursed, right?
Yeah, pursuant to your direction.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tonight, if you
Refunded their
vote
money.
on that recension and refund, then, and that's why my clarification, that the rescind meant
Yes.
refund as well.
Yes, of course.
So are you bringing back something if we can carve out?
Well, what
Or are we
we're,
just-
the motion on the table is rescind.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we heard the general direction, which doesn't really have to be part of the
Okay.
motion, that
All right.
the city attorney will review options and bring that back to you probably in the December timeframe based on current workload, et
Good enough.
cetera.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the research and the additional options would probably be a little bit after the repeal. The repeal could happen faster.
Okay.
If this passes tonight, would the city be able to get a press release out and update the social media page on the action taken tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we can take that action tomorrow.
All right, well, we have a first, a second, and I thought I heard a third over here, so all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye. All right. It has been repealed.
I do want to say one more thing. I am not for or against the fee. I am concerned about the impact, and I am concerned about the input. Suddenly to have a $500 fee, a $50 fee, I would not be so upset about. When you revisit this, I want to be a citizen, I know not to
So,
be a citizen.
No.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
May I just ask, before you guys leave, as you guys leave, just may I ask something? So We had public meetings on this, I think 2 public meetings, plus we had public hearings, everything else, and we didn't have near the comments. In fact, it was almost 0. So I think it's great that you came out tonight, as the council mentioned, but, well, that's my request. We put it out on social media, we put it out on press releases for people to come and give us your opinions. And so if you see those things and you're interested, we just really encourage you to come to those public meetings and provide those comments so that the council can receive those early and not after we've implemented something. So that would just be something I thank you.
Not the leaders, not the experts, her, you, him, the everyday know-nothing citizen that just has to live with what you decide. Call me. My name's Terry Brown, not hard to find.
Terry, do you want to leave your information with the gentleman in the back? He's very bored. You didn't cause enough riot for him to do much today. Okay, if you want to leave your contact info with him, then we'll have it.
All right.
This is the first time I've heard about it.
All right. Thank you,
I'll make sure
Terry.
you're included. Thanks, Terry.
Carrie Keebler.
Actually, this one's going to be presented by Leslie Seeley.
Oh, consider resolution approving exception to the California Public Employees Retirement System 180-day wait period with regard to the rehiring of retired legal assistant Suzanne Lovett.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So CalPERS regulations require that retirees wait 180 days after their retirement date before returning to work as a retired annuitant. However, CalPERS does allow some exceptions to the 180-day wait period, including for critically needed positions. On August 15th of this year, Suzanne Lovett retired from city employment after 25 years of service, where she served as a legal assistant for 20 of those years. Due to a critical need to support the city attorney's office with training of replacement staff on the preparation of council agendas, ordinances, and resolutions, we're requesting that the council adopt a resolution approving a 180-day wait period exception in order to appoint Ms. Lovett back to her former position as a retired annuitant and to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary hiring documentation. And I am available for questions.
Vice Mayor Latal.
Just quick question. Is this normal protocol, or maybe you could explain, like, I guess if we expect a pending retirement, do we typically hire before and try to train before that person leaves? Or maybe you can give some color on that?
Yeah, we do make those efforts. They don't always work for various reasons. Sometimes we have people who quit with 2 weeks' notice, not really enough time to go through that process. That process is underway right now. And I would also say that in many offices, we have the opportunity to have some backup or some other ways to take care of this work. In the case of the city attorney's office, as he can attest, he's got 2 people that take care of the entire office work. And so we're 50% down in staffing. And so in this case, we think it's reasonable to ask her to come back and help with that overload work and train at the same time.
They can only work so many hours, correct? 9:20, is it?
I think it's 9:60.
960.
Oh, that's close.
Good guess.
Yeah, and if all works
It's on
well,
the first
she won't
page
work
of
that
the
much.
Staff report.
All right. Well, I make a motion to accept the,
I second.
well, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was easy.
No, you're absent, so is Danuka. You gotta vote, bro.
Oh, I did, bro. Where am I at here?
There you
Oh,
go.
there you go. All right.
Oh, you gotta vote.
Danuka is.
There you go.
Travel reports.
No.
Item 11, no travel reports. Item 12,
I got one.
Mr., yeah, Mike has,
What?
Mike has one, then you.
Do you have something?
Yeah, Mike's going, and then Teresa's going.
I've got about 15, so just bear with me. Just want to get the elephant out of the room and just kind of talk about something and give a couple requests. I was personally definitely concerned with what I heard in Councilor Audette's report. Personally, I just chose to go to the expert, I feel. The guy with the college degree, understanding of accounting principles, that would be Greg, our finance director. I've asked him a lot of questions, and just to say, hey, make sense of this for me, because it's really important to me. It's important to the public to get some answers. So there's some really good sensible findings. He's going to do a report regardless of what the council could ask today, but I wanted to see if the council would have consensus, first of all, just to ask the finance director to go through Councilor Audette's report and report back on the findings so we can have a better understanding. I think it's fair that the city gets a chance to respond to that. That's only fair since this went to the public and they're asking a lot of questions. After we get that report, my second request is we review the information, and I would propose potential discussion to see if it leads to this, but the possible creation of an internal auditor position that is hired by the city council, reports to the city council, and we would just discuss this in the future based on the first action after we see the report to see if there's a need for this. And I understand there is some internal auditing that already happens. It could revise the role of that person that works for the city, but I think for me, it's really important that we build back public trust, transparency. That's huge for me. I didn't like the way this came out, and I just think we need to focus on building the public's trust back however we do it. And I think the value of an internal auditor that reports directly to the city council could be a way of building that trust. Not saying that's going to be needed, but I think first my first request is just ask city staff to come back and do that report. So.
How long can we ask city staff how long that maybe would take? Like, do you
Up
think?
to a
like
month,
six-
Mr. Robinette.
six-
Up to a month. It could be quicker, but I think up to a month is reasonable with all the other workload as well.
Do you have any?
No, I think it's a good idea. So,
I'd be in favor of number one, but not number two.
What is number one? Number two, I'm sorry.
Number one is just having
respond
Greg
to the-
respond, but not
give us a
number two.
report about-
And for the record, obviously, that would come back as just a consent item.
Yeah.
Authorizing staff to do that work, which would be on September 2nd. Maybe I would suggest that the second request really just get held to a future item 12 once you have the report.
All right, that's fair. All right.
Is there,
Vanessa?
there was
Yeah.
consensus on that?
I think the
mean,
first,
no,
first option.
I don't know,
Is enough.
so the people that we think made the errors are gonna check to see if they made errors? I mean, that seems really strange that you would have the people that are in charge of that policing themselves. That makes no sense.
We don't think
So-
they made errors.
Well,
So
that's fine.
You're the only one that
and
thinks they made errors.
You're free to think that, but that doesn't mean that that the public is gonna say, oh yeah, the people that you think got something wrong are gonna check and tell you that they didn't do
Well,
anything
that's all right.
wrong.
Three of us have
I
already
I feel like
voted.
we're already
discussion,
there.
so-
We're
Quite a bit
already-
of
we're already
discussion
in
going
there.
on. So
We've
is
already
there consensus
voted.
on that?
So,
What is your item 12?
You already voted on what?
Well, we have
On the last one,
consensus
we had
on that first one.
consensus.
so whatever.
Well, I think we should have an ad hoc committee to look into the budget findings, led by the attorney's office. And we could include people like Noel DeShort from the county and any other auditor or CPA or someone that you all agree on to also sit on that ad hoc committee to independently be looking at the findings, independent of the people that actually created all those things. So I think that would be a much more transparent process than to have the people doing it tell you if they did it.
Give them the opportunity to.
Well, nothing is
give them-
stopping them from responding, because I've
Right.
given all my
No, I
stuff and they
understand, but I'm
haven't
saying
responded.
is-
So they could do that without us asking for it or not.
But that's on a public forum, but their hands are also tied. They can't just go on.
They can email us anytime.
No, I understand, but the finance department, we do not want, they're not going to go on the public.
No, they can tell us.
Right, so that's what we want. We want this to, because we cannot have a discussion because of Brown Act.
So you don't want to do an ad hoc
No,
committee
no,
to actually
I'm
look
just
at
saying
this?
that let them present
I'm not there
first,
yet,
and then we'll see.
No,
So you don't want an ad hoc
that
committee?
could be something in the future,
Can
but
be considered.
I don't want one.
but the city deserves a chance to respond to that.
So let
They
them,
can respond anytime they want. They could have responded to any of my requests, any of my emails, any of my conversations.
Okay, I'm gonna cut through. There was a lot of responding that occurred to emails. I do think that what Councilmember Latas suggested, I do think that I would like to entertain allowing staff and instructing staff to respond. And I will also entertain, as soon as I have that response, I will entertain an ad hoc, because I don't think that that's a bad idea. I just want, if I'm going to, royal eye, if I'm going to publicly accuse someone of making poor decisions or misconduct of any sort of way, I would like to give them the opportunity as a leader to respond. And then I think I see whether or not there was a mistake that was made. And then I think that we form an ad hoc committee and proceed and make sure that we have checks and balances, because I don't disagree with you that the transparency is really important. But what happened was that a bunch of doubt was cast in the community, and I want to give someone an opportunity to respond.
So in that budget committee meeting, I casted doubt. I said, these numbers are wrong, we're rushing through this, these things don't make sense, and you guys gavelled me down. So I have publicly from this dais said I don't trust what's happening in the budget, and I'd like to look at it further, and I've told them what the issues, what I believe that the math issues are, and there has not been a response to that. So if they want to give an answer to those things, but the idea that that's an accusation, I did it from right here. I don't believe that that budget is accurate. They have not satisfied that their end balance should be their beginning, whatever. Okay, I'm not going to get into the details, but the fact is that we should have, if we haven't gotten the reports that I think that we should be getting, and if you don't, believe me, let's have an independent person and an ad hoc committee come and say, this is appropriate, this isn't appropriate, instead of it being this back and forth where that doesn't get
We
resolved.
don't have a quorum on that.
Okay, I just, again, remind the council, this is only to decide whether or not you want to bring an item forward for discussion and debate.
So
Not-
you don't want
yeah.
to, you don't want to have a committee to look at this?
No,
You
correct.
want the people that did it to look at themselves and say, we did nothing wrong.
Sorry, Janessa, please, that's incorrect. We are not saying we do not want an ad hoc committee. What we are saying is
Yeah,
that
you
this,
are, 'cause I
no,
just put it
no,
forward.
incorrect. Please don't
Said
put
no.
words in our mouth. What I'm saying is that let them, give them an opportunity to present, and then we can consider if we have the need for an ad hoc committee at that time. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that do not do it. I'm just saying is, let's hear them out.
All right.
Okay, and who gets to tell them the questions to answer?
Yeah, you will have the ample opportunity to question them from the dais.
Oh, you're going to
Right,
allow me
well-
to ask those questions about the budget?
Oh, why not?
Christian,
Okay,
I think we're.
hey, if you guys say that I can, then I'll be happy.
We got a
Just
consensus.
to remind you, oh, I'm sorry. If
So
there,
we're re-agendizing the budget.
if there wasn't
No,
any.
we're not.
That's what you just said.
I said report back to council.
If there wasn't additional item 12, I was just going to remind the mayor, I believe there was some public comment that was delayed to the end of the
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay. One more.
Well, I also have another one. I think that we should discuss not having the finance director be the treasurer and splitting that. We've tried that. It's a lack of oversight. I think for the upcoming election, we should discuss going back to having two different people on the finances, so there's those checks and balances. We don't need an independent auditor if we actually have a separate finance director, separate from the treasurer, which we've had, but we combined them when Alan retired. And I think we should probably discuss going back to having that too.
Sure.
That's a worthy consideration. I just have a quick question, that we do have the auditors, right? I'm just have a question that city budgets get audited,
Hold
right?
on, hold on. Barry said, hold on.
Well, the request was whether you're going to consider breaking the treasurer from finance director, which occurred actually when Alan was hired as finance director. She was the treasurer. Was there a consensus on that? I didn't hear that.
No, I'm not saying anything to support, or I'm saying that's something which we can think over. That's all I'm saying.
So I want to bring it back, that we would discuss that.
I don't want to
and
bring it
having
back
them separate.
yet. I want to wait
let
for
me
the
think
report
over
to
it.
come back.
Bring it
and then
back
we can
later.
address that, so.
Yeah, but my just general question I had was, city does have an external auditor audit their findings, correct?
Yes, that's correct, every year.
Okay, so, and who's the firm which we used last?
The firm?
Yeah,
Who's our firm, Greg? Clifton Larson Allen.
and I assume those are one of the reputable firms in the country, right?
Yeah, I believe they may be the largest in the country.
Yeah, yeah. And we rotate that about every 5 years, just to make sure we have a refresh.
Names up
look.
again on the,
Okay, thank you.
all right. I will move back to public comment.
Can I give one more? I'm sorry. It's a fun one. It's a good one. So, thank you. I
didn't say
I
yes.
think this is important for planning for next year, but I think about the roads. We keep talking about how we need $10 million budgeted every year to address the roads. And I think we've done some Band-Aid approaches for a lot of years. It's getting to the point where eventually you have to do something. What I would ask to see if there's support to ask staff to come back and give us a report of what cuts would have to be made to our discretionary general fund whether that's cuts in police, firefighters, parks, services that we provide. I just want to report to know what the impact would be to the city, what cuts would be made just to simply generate $10 million a year for the roads. And
We have $12 million every year for the roads.
well, I want
That's
to
what our budget is
if we
right
need
now.
to generate another 10 million, I want to know what cuts would have to be made to our general fund, just so that we can see it and the public can see it as where those real cuts, because someday we're going to have to address those roads one way or the other, and we don't know how to solve that
I'm
problem.
not interested in that.
But I'd be interested in that.
Sure. I'm not.
Paul and I said sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Gosh,
We got a
we're
consensus.
cluster today.
Thank you.
One last request.
Keep going.
Hey, come on. South City Park, I have mentioned that earlier. Can we ask them to bring South City Park specifically because that is such an issue with the homeless and transients there? And see if what we can find a better path for that.
I have no idea what you just said.
I don't
Say it
understand
again,
that.
please.
So we talked about this, that South City Park, they're planning to make some changes and they have some funding for that and grants. But the whole problem with the grants is grants only support the initial building, not the ongoing maintenance.
Okay.
So what I'm asking is, can we ask the Parks Department to present a plan for how will you maintain those parks over a long period of time operationally? And do you have public partners who are willing to work with you to make that plan more robust and financially stable in long term?
It sounds like another presentation from Travis to come up and give us a little bit more color.
Yeah, just for South City
Do you
Park.
have some specifics or?
I would suggest you just go meet with Travis,
Yeah.
because
That's
that
my-
whole
that's my
thing has already
suggestion.
been done. And so he can walk
Yeah,
you
he can
through that.
explain LMDs.
He can explain to you how that works and how, what, you know, what they've done and the design aspects of it that actually.
That's a good idea.
Sure, I can do that also.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. Now,
What do you got, Jen?
back to Benjamin Norwayne.
No way.
Yeah, Norwayne.
No, there's no R.
Huh?
I don't think there's an R.
No Wayne. Not Norway, no Wayne, okay.
No way.
Margaret, you're up next.
So, council members, I just wanted to address the recent social media campaign that Councilmember Audette has spearheaded. I'll start by saying that I believe everyone here wants a healthy and transparent budget. But the way Councilmember Audette has chosen to raise her concerns was less about stewardship and more about politics, and dirty politics at that. Across 9 social media posts, 4 made in one day, she makes allegations about the health of the city budget and links to a report she put together on her website. The report makes quite a few claims, many of which simply don't hold up. One claim was that transfers out were understated by $72,000 when in fact that figure was the repayment of the soccer turf loan and was already included in the 10-year plan. Councilmember Littell pointed this out today on social media after talking to the finance director. Seems like a pretty decent place to get info about city finances. She says tax revenue was overstated by $510,000 using a 3.69% growth rate, but staff never used that figure when building the budget. She said expenditures were understated by $740,000, but my understanding was that was because police grants were tracked separately for transparency and not ignored. She claimed $3.7 million in funds were missing, but staff had already explained the total reconciles when transfer grants and timings included. Now, I believe the real purpose becomes clear when Audette calls for the council to act against City Manager Barry Tippin, accusing him of malfeasance and recommending termination. This shows the intent is not to reconcile numbers, but to remove a city official by creating suspicion through spreadsheets that misrepresent information. Now, earlier this year, Councilmember Audette argued that Aaron Hatch should not be appointed to the Planning Commission because he made divisive statements. Yet releasing a misleading public report that attacks staff and calls for the firing of a city manager is far more divisive than a single commission appointment. And now I think it's quite ironic that your paranoia is going to cost the city money and time to validate the work staff has already accomplished. It doesn't seem like fiscal conservatism to me. The public deserves clarity, and staff deserve not to have their work misrepresented. Let's stop the political games and focus on solutions.
Thanks, Ben.
Margaret Hanson. Margaret Hanson?
No, sir.
All right. Nick Gardner.
He left.
Nick definitely left.
They're
Margaret
done.
Cantrell.
Also left.
Micah Torres.
Micah left.
Tim Saunders.
I don't know who Tim Sullivan
Is there anyone here?
Debbie Starr. That's me. All right, you're up, Debbie.
Thanks for being patient, guys, those of you who waited till the very end.
I'm here to address the issue that has just been spoken, and I stand here to ask that you guys will do an investigation. I appreciate that our 3 new people on council members were not expecting to walk into this kind of a controversy. You all ran to work for the interests of Reading's citizens and improve our city and community. But according to Councilwoman Adet's report, it appears that Reading is bleeding money annually. How can we attract new jobs like the ones Amazon is doing, or build a medical school that will attract teachers and students that will eventually stay on to serve our community when our city isn't solvent? This is the issue for our city right now. The loss of police and fire personnel is a high concern. So our current budget and how we ended up where we are now isn't something that can be kicked down the road. It needs to be dealt with now. I cannot unsee what I have seen in Councilwoman Adet's report. I'm no expert, but this issue needs to be addressed. A genie is out of the bottle, and as Councilman Latow said, we need to address it, we need transparency. And so the only people with authority are you guys. So whether you like it or not, this is an issue that's going to mark your tenure and define your legacy for us. So I'm asking you to step up. I'm asking you to provide oversight over our city, to make sure business is handled accordingly. The only way is through an outside investigation, or an investigation that brings out outside resources. So I love Reading. We live here. We've got our grandbabies here. I want to see it thrive. So I'm asking you not to dismiss one lone voice. She may be wrong, but she may be right. And for us as your people who love this city, and I don't have anything against anybody who works here, I just want the accountability to be there, the transparency to be there with the report. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Melanie Ware.
Pardon me?
Owen Ware. All right, last but not least, Dolores.
Expect you to, just better bring it home. Pinch hitter.
Dolores Lucero. My organization is Shasta County Watchdog. I oversee all government entities, including the public officials. When public officials break the laws and they're actually violating laws and abusing their position, which is under color of law. I'm going to tell you right now, Mr. Tanessa, if you have something to show there's corruption and there's misusing of funds, I'm going to tell you, keep it to yourself. In other words, it's a good thing, I'm telling you. In other words, you already exposed some of the information. So don't expect the city to investigate. As you said, you can't ask the same people that you're accusing to investigate. You have to go out of the box. You have to take it out. And I actually have filed multiple complaints, and I actually have got response from the Attorney General. I'm actually a witness, and I'm going to be testifying with the Attorney General here next year. I actually was subpoenaed because I am the witness, and actually I reported it. So I do get response. I actually exposed Miss Livingston up in Oak Run. I'm also the witness because they actually misuse the funds. They actually alter documents for the children. They use the children's names and everything to be able to commit fraud, ADA money. They owe the state $825,000. So I am actually the whistleblower who actually got Misty Livingston fired. So nothing's impossible. I actually just filed a complaint also against the city of Shasta Lake regarding all what's been going on since 1993. The city attorney actually represented the city to incorporate it back in 1993. As a client, you cannot make a contract with your same clients, which is a prohibited law. So in 1995, he made a contract, and he's been breaking so many laws for years and actually misusing the funds and committing fraud and everything else. So I actually went there today to let them know, because they didn't even put my complaint that I filed with the city, that they're supposed to by law, because I told them that my complaint was against the city attorney, but they decided not to put it on the agenda because they want to sweep it under the carpet. It makes sure that it doesn't get on the agenda because they want to cover up the corruption. Corruption has been all over the places. So I'll tell you what, I filed a complaint under the Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, 18 U.S.C. 1964, and Civil Rights Act, Title 42 U.S.C. 1993.
Thank you, Dolores.
1983.
We appreciate you. Have a great night.
So if you need
Yeah,
help,
thank you.
I have a letter from
See
the
you later.
state,
Bye-bye.
that how to audit the
Yeah,
city.
okay. We are adjourned.